So at the end of this tutorial, you will have this full stack mobile application that is built with React Native and Node.js. This is a book recommendation app and there are 5 different screens, which are sign up, login, home, create, and profile. Let me give you a quick showcase of this app and then we will talk about the technologies. So first you have to authenticate to be able to use this application. You can create an account from the sign up screen, but I already have one, so I will log in. If I put the wrong credentials, it will throw an error, but with the correct one, we will be navigated to the home screen. We can see the posts from the newest one to the oldest, and we will implement infinite scrolling, which means as we scroll, more posts will be fetched from the database. And this will make our application a lot more performant. And we can create posts with a title, rating, image, and a caption. We have to fill in all the fields. Once we create a post, we will be navigated to the home screen. And if we refresh, we can see the latest post. And in the profile screen, we can see our profile info and our posts. We can delete them after the confirmation alert. And finally, we can log out. On top of this, we will add some small details, such as updating our application logo. So this is the entire application and it works both in the simulator and on your physical device, that is either iOS or Android. And it even works in the web. So we can simply visit localhost and see this application in the browser. When it comes to the UI design, I'll give you 4 different themes, so you can choose the one that you liked. It'll be really easy to change the theme. All you have to do is just change a color object. And we will talk about this in detail later in the video. So here is the workflow of this course. First, we are going to build our API with Node and Express. We will use MongoDB as our database, and we will implement authentication with JSON Web Tokens. Once we build our API, we will deploy it for completely free, and then we will start building our mobile application with React Native and Expo. And this course is absolutely beginner friendly. So if you know the basics of web development and React, you will be able to follow along without any issues. And you don't need to have a Mac, or you don't even need to install Android Studio. I will show you how to test our application on your physical phone. Overall, I think this is a really great resource to learn mobile and backend development. So if you're ready, let's get into it. Just before we get into the video, if you'd like to support my work, I have a Udemy course with over 100 hours of content for the cheapest price that you can ever get. It's only one-time payment for lifetime access. You can find the discount link in the description, and the source code of this project and future projects will be there. You can watch this entire tutorial in Udemy as well without any ads. Thanks for watching and let's get into it. So to get started with, I have created an empty folder on my desktop. This is the name that I came up with. You can call this anything that you wish. Just go ahead and open up in VS Code. So first things first, we're gonna need 2 different folders. One for our mobile application and the other one for the backend. So first we'd like to build our API, and then once it is ready, we'll go ahead and build our React Native application. Because as you can tell, we have a bunch of different screens, and every one of these screens require different functionalities. So to give an example, here we need to sign up, right? And we need to create some recommendations, delete them or fetch them. So for these, we are gonna need some backend logic. And first we are going to build it. Once it is ready, we'll go ahead and start with the mobile UI, and then we will consume that API. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and start with our API. I'll cd into the backend folder where I would like to initialize a Node.js application. So I'll just say npm init-y. Okay, so we got the package.json. Let's clear up our terminal with command K or clear. Then we would like to say npm install and install all of our packages. Here I would like to get the Express package. So Express is the web framework that we're going to be using. It will allow us to build an API pretty easily and quickly. So basically it'll just come up with all the features out of the box. And then to be able to interact with our database, we're going to be using Mongoose, and our database will be MongoDB. Then we'll like to get the .env package. So this will allow us to access our environment variables from a .env file. And let's say JSON web token. This is going to be used for the authentication, and I'll just shrink the left hand side. Then we'd like to get the Cloudinary package so that we can upload images, and then bcrypt.js to be able to hash the passwords. If you don't know what that means, we're going to see this in action later in the video. And then we'd like to get the course package to be able to get rid of the course errors. So I'll go ahead and run this. Once this is done, I would like to install one more package, which is going to be Node.js, and this will be used only in development. So I'll just say -d at the end. And then we would like to go ahead and create our very first file. So you can call this as server.js, app.js, or main.js. And one more convention that we have, which is index.js. This is the one that I'll be going with. It is just preference. Feel free to get any of those that you would like to. Okay, now let's start with our very first basic application. So we'll just get the express, and instead of using the required syntax, actually I would like to use import export syntax. So instead of this, I would like to use this one, and to be able to make this work, we're going to visit the package.json and just say type will be module. By default it is common.js. Okay, then to be able to run this file, we can create a script. Let's say it will be dev, and we are going to run our index.js with the Node.js package. Okay, let's save and go ahead and create a basic express app. This is how we would do it. Let's listen on a port. I'll go with 3000. And I'll just say server is running on this port once we start to listen. And to be able to run this file, we can basically say npm run dev. Okay, now it is listening on this port, and we are using Node.js because whenever you do some changes, like I just change this port value, I'll save, automatically it'll just restart it. This is the, this is happening thanks to Node.js. What I'd like to do, just use another convention where I would like to put my application code into a folder called source. So if you have ever used React, you would know you would get this source folder by default. And this is what we'd like to do. We'll just put all the application logic into the source folder. And in this case, the application will be our API, right? So we'll just put everything related to our API under the source folder. And now that we have changed the location, we need to go here and just say this is under the source folder, right? Okay, so I think this will crash. We just need to stop this and restart it. Now it is working. And here, let's change this to be 3000. And actually, instead of getting this as a hard-coded value, I will create a variable. And this will be coming from the .env file. So let's say process.env.port. And to be able to get this, we need to create a .env file under the backend. And I'll just add my port variable. Now by default, this is undefined unless we use this package, which is .env config, okay? So actually the package name is just .env. This is what we have installed, but we need to go into the config module. Just like this, now this should be working out. We can basically say console log the port. Let's take a look at it. Okay, this is what we got. If you make this to be like 3001, save this. As you can tell, this value is coming from the .env file. So if you delete this import, you will get undefined. So that's why we are using this package. But instead of console logging it, we would like to use this right here. And let's make this to be a dynamic string, just like this. And just in case if this is undefined, we can just put a fallback. that is 3000. And let's update this. Okay, so that was our very basic setup. Let's put our routes. One, let's just say app.use. One for the authentication. So let's say API, we will have Auth routes, and here we'll have, let's say, login and sign up. And this is going to be coming from a file, let's say Auth routes. Let's go ahead and create that. Let's say routes, and we will just have this auth routes.js file. Let's put a basic setup, and then we're going to implement that. We'll say express. Oops. We're just gonna get express from express, and then we'd like to create a router with express, and then we'll say export default this router. Then we'd like to just put our endpoints. So let's say we're gonna have the login endpoint, which is going to be a post method, and then we will have the sign up. So I will go ahead and duplicate this. Instead of calling this as sign up, and actually I'll just put it above, I'll call this as register, just like that. And for now, as the response, we can just say register and login. Let's go ahead and try to get this route, which is a file. Let's say import auth routes from authroutes.js, and make sure you add this .js. If you delete that, so it will actually crash. So as you can tell, you just need to add this extension at the end, because we are importing some local files and we are using the type module right here. So we just need to add this .js at the end, especially in the backend folder. Okay, later in the video, we're gonna add one more route for books, where we can create one, delete one, fetch them, but here we'll just have our login and register endpoints. Let's make them to be an async function. And just to test them out, I'll make them to be a get request. Let's go ahead and see them in action, and here is how it'll work. Let me just put them side by side. Okay, so we're gonna visit localhost 3000/API/auth/register, and we're gonna get this response. In the same way, we're gonna visit /API/auth/login, and we're gonna get this response. So basically, you can imagine that this part is now prefixed right here. Okay, so because this file is the, it is mounted just after this one. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Let's just see this in action. I will visit localhost 3000/API/auth/login. We just got the login response, and we have the register as well. Okay, now obviously they are not going to be get requests, but instead post, because user will need to send some data, such as their email, password, username, so that we can save it to the database. And when they are logging in, we're going to check the credentials if it is correct or not. But first we need to connect to a database, which is going to be MongoDB. So let's go ahead and try to get our connection string, and it'll be in the next section. So for the database, we're going to be using MongoDB, and they have a free plan that we can use. Just go ahead and visit mongodb.com. If you don't have an account, you can create one. I already have, so I'll just log in, and we would like to create a new project. So let's just wait for this to complete. Okay, here I would like to create a new project, and I believe to be able to create a new project, maybe first you should create an organization. It's really simple. Just go ahead and create one, and then we'll create a new project under this organization. So I already have a project, as you can tell, which was for testing purposes, but now we're going to start from scratch. And I would like to call this as bookworm. I'll say next, create the project. And then we would like to create a cluster. Okay, let's say create. We would like to go with the free plan. We don't really need to pay anything. and the storage is pretty generous. As you can tell, it is way more than enough for this tutorial. Let's say create deployment. Okay, then I would like to copy my password and create the database user. Let's try to choose a connection method. We would like to connect from our Node.js application, so we're going to go with the drivers option. And here, this will give us a connection string. Even though they say it takes an average of 10 to 15 seconds, like completely they're lying. It'll take around 1 to 2 minutes. I don't know why, but let's just wait. Once we got that, I'll just be right back. Okay, so I just got the connection string. So we have copied the password, but I can see it is right here. So we don't need to paste that password any place. I will just have this as turned on, and I'll copy this. This is the connection string that we're going to be using to be able to connect to our database. So let's visit VS Code. Under the .env, I will put my mongo_URI and just paste it. So the reason that we are having this .env file, as you might know, is to have our secret keys, right? We don't really want to share our database connection string with anyone else, right? This is a secret, so that's why we would like to put it in a .env file. When we push our code to something like GitHub, nobody should be able to see it, right? And let me just save this file, and I'd like to mention something. So this is our connection string, but what is the name of our database? By default, it is test, and if you want to change it, you should put it just before this question mark. And here I'll just say books_database. You can call this anything, but this is the name I'll be going with. Okay, let's go back to MongoDB. We can close this. Just one more thing that we would like to do so that we don't really get any errors in development. I will just click to this network access, and then we would like to add a new IP address. I'll go ahead, click to this. Let's say allow access from anywhere, and then just confirm. This will take around 10 to 15 seconds, and then it should be active. Okay, so now that it is active, we can go ahead, visit our database, browse our collections, but we don't really have any collections or any databases, right? We would like to just connect to it. Once we connect and create some collections, we should be able to see it right here, right? Okay, so this is our connection string. Let's try to use one to be able to connect to our database. I will create a lib folder and then just put a file called db.js, and we're going to use this mongoose package. Let's say import mongoose, and then we'll create a function where we can connect to our database. Let's say this will be an async function. We'll have a try catch, and I'll say await mongoose.connect, and we're going to put our Mongo URI. So just make sure this is matching with exactly what you have here. And then we can just say console log. Let's just put it like this, database connected. And I would like to assign this into a variable. Let's say connection. And we can just put it as the host so that we can see it in the terminal. It's not really important, but I'd like to just add that. And we can say error connecting to our database, and we can just exit with the status code of 1, which means failure, right? So let's say exit with failure. If it was 0, which would mean success. But since we are in the catch block, this should be 1. Now let's try to call this function in index.js. Once we start to listen our application, we'll say server is running on this port, and then we'll just call our function. Let's go ahead and import that. Connect DB from here, but I think this was okay, so it was an import like this. It wasn't default. Now we should be able to see this on our terminal, right? Server is running on this port and database connected, and this is our host, which is MongoDB. If you save this, like you're gonna see this immediately starts, but this takes a couple of seconds or milliseconds because it just needs to connect to the database, which is an asynchronous operation. Okay, anyways, we just got our database connection. We can go ahead and create our models. And the first model that we're gonna have will be user. So let's go ahead, say models. We would like to create this user.js file. This is one of the conventions. You would just put the first letter as capitalized. And then let me just take a look at my notes so that I don't really miss anything and give you the best result. Okay, so we're going to import the Mongoose, and we're going to import bcrypt.js, but maybe we can get this in a couple of minutes. So first, let's try to create a schema, and I'll explain what this does if you have never used it. So basically, we'll just say new mongoose.schema, and this takes an object. So every single user will have an email field, right? Let's say email, and we can add the rules. So email will be type of string, it will be required, and it'll be unique. So in the same way, every user will have a username. And actually, I would like to just put it before the email. It is not really that important, but I'd like to put it right here. So we'll have username for every single user, which is going to be type of string, and it should be required as well as unique. And then here we'd like to add a password. So let's say this will be type of string required, and you can even add the length. So I'll just say minimum length would be 6. And we should put a comma right here. Okay. Then I think we'll have a profile image field. Let's say this will be type of string, and let's put a comma. But this doesn't have to be required, right? So I'll just say the default value will be an empty string, just like this. And let's not forget to add a comma. So we just got our schema. Based off of this schema, we would like to create a model. So here I'll just say const user, which is our model, and we'll say mongoose the model. Now we can call this anything, right? But it should be our user model. And specifically, you would like to make the first letter to be uppercase. This is the convention that Mongoose would like you to have. And then later it will take this and convert it to a something like users. Okay, it'll just make this everything lowercase and plural, right? Okay, so if you had a model like, let's say animals, you would say animal, and then it would actually make it to be like this. So I know this might sound complicated, but we're gonna see this in action. And then we say create the model by looking at this schema. So we are gonna have our user model where every single user will have a username, email, password, and profile image. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We'll say export default user model. And we are exporting this because whenever we want to interact with this user model, we'll be using it. So I just realized like we are going pretty slowly, but I just want to really make sure everyone understands this, even if you have never used MongoDB or Mongoose previously. Okay, so once we just get the use of it, I'll just speed up a little bit more. Okay, so we just got the user model. Now we can start by creating our very first endpoint, which is going to be the sign up, right? The register. We could create this function in a different file, but I'll just leave it here so that we can see the entire logic in one place. And it is not going to be that complicated actually. So let's try to just go here, delete this part. We would like to have a try catch. And before we start writing this code, I would like to show you some diagrams so that we can see the sign up workflow. And you can find the link of these diagrams from the description. It'll be free. Okay, so I have a sign up workflow that we're going to take a look, as well as a login workflow. And just before we get into that, I'd like to mention, whenever I say client, I am talking about our mobile application. And whenever I say server, I'm just talking about our API. Okay, just keep this in mind if you are getting confused. I just wanted to mention this. And then let's take a look at the authentication model that we're going to have. So we will implement token-based authentication. And if you don't know what that means, let's just try to see. Basically, the server will create a token, and this token will contain information about who you are. So it could be like your user ID, okay? So let's say your user ID will be in the token so that we know who you are. and then this token will be sent to client, which is our mobile application, right? And our mobile application will store this token and send it with the feature requests. So let's say we just logged in, now we got the token, and we are going to send a request like create a recommendation. And in this case, we will send this token with the request so that server knows that we are authenticated. So I know this might sound complicated if you have never used it, but I promise it'll make sense once we get into it. Okay, so this is kind of like a description. And here I have the signup workflow, both with a diagram that we'll take a look in detail, and then the steps. So I would like to get the sign up screen as well, which is this one. Let's put it right here and take a look at it. So we have a couple of different fields. Even though here in this example it says full name, we will actually make this to be username. So instead of like John Doe, it'll be something like, let's say John Doe, but this will be unique, right? Just like your Twitter handle, or let's say Instagram username. Okay. So we're going to have the username, email, and password. Let's see what is the workflow. So first, let's see the step-by-step. We will type our username, email, and password. If we didn't fill any of them, we are going to get an alert like, please fill all the fields, right? And then once we click to this sign up button, our information will be sent to the server. And server will check if there is a user with this email or username. If so, we're going to get an error, but else, if everything is good, the server will create a new user account in our database, right? Which is MongoDB. And then server will create a token, which is going to be a JSON web token. And this is like a special digital ID card. Basically, this will tell who you are and you're authenticated. But server will not store this on the server. Instead, it'll just create it and send it to your application, right? So it'll send it back to the client. And then our application will store this token on the device. And whenever we send a new request, it'll send this token with it. So here there's more description, but basically this is the gist of it. And here is the entire workflow. I promise we're going to see this in action later in the video, but like this is the general overview. We're going to fill the form, validate the input, send it to the server. So this is server side. It'll check the database. It'll create the account, and then it'll generate the token. But it will not store this token. It'll just send it to the client. And client will store this token, and we will send this token for the feature requests. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. Now let's go ahead and try to build this in code. Okay, so user will send us a couple of different fields, right? So let's say we're gonna get the email, username, and password. We're gonna get this from request.body. But if you try to console log them, you will get undefined because we need to add a middleware, which is this one. It is express.json. Okay, this allows you to access these values. It allows you to basically parse the JSON data. Excuse me. Then we would like to basically do our checks. So first I'll say if any of these fields is not being provided. So if we don't have username, or if we don't have email or password, we would like to say something like all fields are required. So I have just auto accepted this code, but basically we just say return out of this function. Don't run the remaining part because we just hit an error, and we will send a response with the status code of 400, which means error. And then this is our JSON message. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We can add one more check where we'll say if password.length is less than 6, we can just return out of this function and send a response, let's say status of 400, and we can add a message like this. And I just want to add one more thing. Let's say if username dot length is less than 3, we can just again return out of this function and send a a response with status code of 400 and with this message. Now this list can go on and on, but I'll just leave it here. And let's try to check if user already existed. So I'll say check if user already exists. And here I'm getting some auto suggestions from AI, but let's try to type this out. We'll say await user, which is going to be our model that we need to import. So I'll say import the user model from this file and make sure you put the .js at the end. And let's also save this file. Okay, so we will say user.find1, and we would like to check if a user existed with this email or username. So here's how we can do it. We will add this or check, and this is going to be an array of objects. So we'll say email is matching with this email field that we got as the argument from user, but since they are the same, we can just shorten this, and then we can add the username. So let's say username just like this, and this will give us a user if it existed. So we can say existing user, and then we can say if we have an existing user, then we can just return out of this function by sending a response like user already existed. Then they need to either change, like they need to either have a different email or username. And actually we can just make this even better. We can say like user already existed with this email or with this username. And how can we do this? Well, basically, instead of this part, let's say const existing email, and we are going to just check with the email, and we will say const existing username. Then if it is existed, we will send this response or this one, right? I think this is a lot better than this one. So I will actually delete this part and try to have these. Okay, now if we pass these if checks, that means user does not exist with this username or email. We can create one. First, I'll just say const user, and we would like to create a new user just like this. We can add this object with the email field, let's say username and password. But we also want to add a profile image, right? And for this, you can leave this empty, but I would like to have these beautiful images. So like these profile images that are auto-generated. And for this, we have an API that I found. Let me just share this with you. I'll just get the entire URL. So it is dicebear.com. Say dicebear.com. Okay, so we can go and visit the playground. Basically, there are a bunch of different avatars, so you can take a look at them. In this case, I'll be using this avatars with a bunch of different A's. I think it is 3. And like we'll just grab them randomly. And let me give you the API for this. Okay, so I'll just copy this. Let's say we are going to get a random avatar. So we have a variable which is hitting this API with the username. So whatever that is, it'll give you a unique profile image. And we would like to set this up with this variable. Since it is the same thing, I'll just shorten this just like that. Okay, now let's try to say await user.save. But now we have a problem, which is about the password. And let me try to explain what that is. So basically, user will send us a password. So let's say it is 12356, right? Oh, okay, so let's just say basically from 1 to 6. We don't really want to save this as it is in our database. We would like to take this and encrypt it. So basically, we will convert this to something like unreadable, right? It's not going to be looking like this, but you get the point. It'll be hashed. And for this, we have installed a package called bcrypt.js. So we can implement it here, or there is a better practice that I'd like to share. We'll go under the user.js file, And here we'll add a pre-hook. So let me tell you how we can use it. So let's say hash the password before saving user to database. So here I'll just say user schema that we have above. So this is how we called it. I'll just say user schema dot pre, and basically before we save it. Here we got a bunch of different options. Just before we save the user, we'll like to run this function. Let's say we are gonna get, let's say the next function inside, and I'll tell you what that is. So basically, we'll just say we would like to create a salt. Let's type this out. We're gonna see how that works. I'll say bcrypt.generate salt, and let's try to import the bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Okay, just make sure to add this .js. This is what we have installed. So we just got the salt, and you can put any value here. The recommended one is 10. The greater this is, the better it is, but it'll just take longer, right? So it'll be more secure, but it'll take a really long time. So instead, we'd like to go with 10, which is a really pretty cool value. Then we'll say this the password, and this means the current user. Okay, so whoever is signing up. This password will be await bcrypt, let's say bcrypt.hash. So we're going to hash this password with the salt. If the password is equal to something like 123, as I said, we are going to convert this into something that is not readable, okay? And we'll actually see this in action. And then once this is done, we can just call the next function, okay? So we'll just say, once you have hashed it, you can call the next functionality, whatever that is. So it'll just go ahead, maybe call the next thing. Okay, so I hope you get the point. Why are we getting this await? Do I have a typo? So I don't know why we get this warning. We'll take a look at it just in a second. I would like to add one if check that is really important and needed. We will say if this is not modified, so we'll just say is modified and password, but we just added not check at the beginning. So we'll say if password is not modified, we will just call the next function and we'll return out of this one. So basically, if password is not being updated, we don't really want to hash it, right? So imagine user just comes in and they want to update their username. We don't really want to hash the password once again. We just want to, get rid of this function. We don't really want to run this. And this is what we're doing. And I think just by adding this, we just got rid of this warning. So maybe it is not even related. I don't know. VS Code is sometimes weird, but here we go. So this is once again really important to add. If you don't really update the password, this function should not run. It'll just return out of this and call the next method, so whatever that is. Okay, so that was really important to add. We are going to hash the password before saving user to our database. And then what do we really want to do? We just created the user. If you take a look at the workflow, you're going to see that we will need to create a token. So let's actually take a look at it here. Is this a login workflow? Yep. We'll take a look at the signup workflow. Once user have been created, we would like to generate a token and send it to the client. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and say we would like to get a token by calling this function, generate token, and we will pass the user ID. And let's create this function at the top of this file. So here I'll say const generate token. This is taking the user ID as the argument. And then we would like to basically call our package. So I'll say import JWT from JSON Web Token. And to be able to create a token, we're going to call a method, which is the sign method. So we'll say jwt.sign. And here you can see we're going to get a couple of different arguments. So the first one is the payload, the other one is secret or private key, and then the options. So let's try to see this in action. We're gonna put the username. So in the token, we need to have something, a unique identifier, so that we know which user has this token, right? Who is the owner of this token. And if we add the user ID, we can understand this token is owned by this user, right? And to be able to create this token, we need to add a secret. So here I'll go ahead, create a environment variable. I'll just say jwt.secret. For now, let's just say let's just say my secret. For now, let's just say my secret. Okay, I'll just show you how we can create a better secret just in a second. But for now, let's say we're gonna get this from process.env.jwt_secret. And we can add our option, which is to say when this will expire. In my case, I'll just say after 15 days, this token will expire. And we would like to return this token from this function so that we can assign it into this variable. Okay, so we just created the token. We just need to send this back to the client, right? This is what we have, generate the token and send this token to the client. And how can we send this? Well, basically having a response, I'll just say res.status, and we can go with 201, which means a resource has been created in the backend, right? So I'll say JSON, and we would like to send the token as well as the user field. Okay, so I just don't really want to send the user completely, so I don't want to do this because I would be sending the user password as well. Instead, I'd like to just send the ID, let's say, which is going to be _ID, because this is how MongoDB stores. So basically it creates an ID field and it is called _ID. Then we would like to have username. Let's say user.username, send the email as well as the profile image. Okay, so I think I'll just have this as ID, but we're gonna get it from the MongoDB ID. Okay, so this is the entire function. Let's add the catch block. Here I'll say console log error in the register route, and we can say res.status of 500, which is an internal error. Okay, so believe it or not, this is the entire function. Let me just zoom out so that we can see it clearly. Okay, so user will send a request to /API/auth/register with a post method. We are going to get all these fields and check if all of them are being provided. If not, we'll throw an error. And we'll just check for the password length as well as the username length. Then we'll just check if this user existed with this email or with this username. If so, we're going to throw our errors, but else we are going to generate a random avatar. Then we will create the user, and just before we save it, we would like to hash this password, right? So this is how we can do it. Once it is done correctly, we're going to call the next part, which is going to be this part. Then we are creating a token with the user ID. So here this will expire in 15 days, and we have a secret that is in .env file. Then we just generated the token. We don't really save this on the server side, but instead we sent this to the client. And we have the user information as well. And then at the very end, we just have this catch block where we say internal server error. Okay, so this is completely working, I promise. We can just test this out. I'd like to show you with the Postman. You don't really need to follow along, but I just want to show you that this is working. We are not going to test out every single endpoint, but I'd like to show you this one at least. So let me go ahead and try to log in into my Postman account, and then we'll just see this in action. So it looks like I don't really need to sign in to be able to test this out. I will go ahead and add my endpoint. Let's say HTTP, and let me zoom in. Okay, let's say localhost 3000/API/auth and register endpoint. We would like to send a body with JSON data, which is going to be the email. Let's say johndoe@gmail.com, and then we will add the username, and then let's add a password. So I'll try to add 123, which should give us an error, right? Let's send a request. Okay, seems like we got an error because this is not going to be get request, but instead post. Let's send. Okay, here we go. It says password should be at least 6 characters long. Let's delete this entirely with the comma. Okay, it says all fields are required. Let's put the correct one now. 456. And you know what? Just before that, let's test this out. I'll add only 2 characters. Again, it says please fill in the username. It should be 3 characters. But now let's try to send this request. Here we go. User has been created. We got a JSON web token as well as the user object. And let's take a look at the database. And notice how here we didn't really get the password because we eliminated from the response. Let's take a look at the database. We should have our database, which is books_db, and our collection, which is users, and the password has been hashed. So this is what I meant. 123456 has been transformed into this hashed value, which is what we'd like to do every single time. And this is the user profile image. Let's copy this, take a look at it. Okay, this is the response that we just got. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the register endpoint. I hope there isn't anything complicated. We basically have a bunch of different if checks and then more if checks. Then finally we create the user, generate a token, and send this token to the client because we will be using this token when we want to, let's say, create a book or when we want to fetch the books, so on and so forth. So for the feature request, we'll be using this token from the client, and server will check who is the owner of this token, and it'll just say, okay, you're authenticated or you're not authenticated, so you cannot access to this resource. And that's going to be a little bit later in the video. But next, we would like to add our login functionality, which is going to be in the next section. And let me just zoom in a little bit, and I'll see you in the next one. So it is time to implement the login endpoint, and here is the workflow that we're going to take a look just in a second. And here is the UI that we're going to have. Basically, user needs to fill in the email as well as the password fields, and then they will submit it so that we can get these credentials and check in the database, right, in the server side. So let's see how this will work. Here is the text version of it, but I would like to explain it here on the diagrams. So user will fill the login form. We will just check for the required fields. So if they don't fill the email or password, we'll return an error like all fields are required. And then if everything has been submitted, we'll just take it, send it to the server side. And then we will just check if a user existed with this email and if the password is correct. If so, we will say, okay, passwords are matching. We would like to generate a token, just like what we have done in the sign-up process. Here, they are also getting authenticated, right? And then once we generate the token, we would like to send this token to the client. Once again, we never want to store this token on the server side. We just want to send it to the client, and client will save this token, which is the mobile application, and then it means login was successfully done. And to be able to store this token, we are going to be using something called async storage, which is like a small file cabinet for app data. So we're going to see this in the React Native part in the incoming sections. So this is the entire login workflow, pretty basic, even easier than sign up workflow. The only thing we have to do, just compare the passwords, generate a token, and send it back to the client. So let's see how we can make this work. And let's delete or close everything. So first, before we implement this, I would like to visit this user.js file because here I would like to add a pretty basic method. So here, let's say compare password function. Okay, so here I'll say user schema dot methods dot compare password. You can call this anything, but I'll just say compare password, which is going to be an async function. This will take the, let's say, user password, and we would like to basically check if it is matching with what we have in the database. And since we have used bcrypt to be able to store it, once again we need to use bcrypt to be able to compare it. Here I will say return, let's say await bcrypt dot compare, and we'll say user password this dot password. So this is the password that user sends us with the login screen, and this is the password that is in the database. We are going to compare this. If it is true, this part will return true, but else it will return false, right? Okay, so this is what we have. Let's try to save this file and go into the auth routes. We are going to be calling this method just in a second. So here I will go ahead and delete this. Let's say try and catch. In the try, we would like to get the email and password from the request.body, just like what we have done above, right? Okay, let's shrink this, and we can just add a if check. So let's say if these are not being provided, we can throw this error, and let's make this even one liner, just like this. And then I will say check if user exists, right? So I will say const user if it is existed with this email, and actually if it is not existed, we can throw an error. So we'll say user does not exist, and then we can check for the password if it is correct or not. So I'll say const is match or is password correct, and here we would like to call this method. So we can say user dot compare password. This is the one that we have just created, and we're going to pass the password. This will either return true or false. Here is what we got, and we'll say if password is not correct, we'll just say invalid credentials. And here, instead of saying user not found, we should also just say invalid credentials, because we don't really want any user to check if an email existed or not, right? So even if the email is wrong or the password is wrong, we always want to say invalid credentials. We don't really want to say which one is incorrect. And then finally, we would like to generate the token, and we can say const token, call the method, and just send the response, just like what we have done above. And we can delete this comment. Okay, so we sent the token with the user information, and in the catch, we can just say error in login route and internal error with the 500 status code. Okay, let's save and maybe just test out this one too. So I'll say got it. Here I would like to send a request to the login. And what was our data? Okay, so it was a John Doe. Let me just copy this email, and the password is from 1 to 6. We don't really need to send the username. If I send the wrong password, let's see what'll happen. Okay, so it says invalid credentials. Let's make this one wrong as well and make this one correct. Invalid credentials. If this was wrong, again, we get this still. So basically you get the point. Everything is working as expected. Let's try to log in with the correct credentials. Here we go, we just got the token with the user information. So with this, I think that's gonna be it for the login route as well. Super simple. The only thing that we have done is to add this method, which is the compare password method, in the in the user file. Okay, so I think I just said I will show you how to create a better secret. Let's just try to see. I will open up my terminal. Let's say new one. And maybe we can say this will be bash. So I'll basically say open SSL rand dash base 64 and 32, here we go. We just got a little bit more secure, like a gibberish text. I'll go ahead, copy it and paste it. And we can use this, right? Feel free to change this, use your own. Even this would be fine, but this is not really secret, right? Anyone can, anyone can anticipate it basically. So with that, that's gonna be it for the authentication routes. Next, we can build the book routes. So I'll see you there. So just before we end this section, I have realized something that I'd like to mention. In the user.js file, into this schema, we can actually add our timestamps. So what do I mean? If you take a look at our database, we don't really have a created at field, right? But we would like to have it so that in the profile page, I would like to show something like this user is member since and whatever the created at date, right? And to be able to add that field, we just need to do something really, really simple. We'll just add one more object. Okay, so after this first object, so let me show this actually. So we had all these fields, right? It is inside the first object. And then we're gonna add a comma. Then we'll add a second object. And let me bring this back. We'll just say timestamps will be true. Okay, so whenever we try to sign up, it'll add that field. Let me actually try to delete this and try to sign up from scratch. Let's say Auth register, and we are gonna add the username field. Okay, let's just say sent. It has been created. Let's refresh. Now we have the created at as well as the updated at fields. So this is something to keep in mind. Almost always you would like to have these fields. And with that in mind, that's gonna be it for this section. So this is where we left. We have just implemented the authentication routes. Let's go ahead and duplicate this. Now we would like to implement the books route. I'll go ahead and just say book routes, which is gonna be coming from this path. And let's give a little bit space. And this is the file that we would like to create under the routes. Let's get the boilerplate code where we would like to import the express and create a router just like this, and then say maybe just not add any endpoints for now. Let's say export default the router. Okay, let's save and go back here. Now this is being imported, but it is not being highlighted just like this one. So in this case, you can delete this and bring this back. It should just work. This is kind of like VS Code hack that you can keep in mind. Alright, so this has been imported. We have our file. Here we'll add a bunch of different methods to create a recommendation or create a book, then delete one, fetch all of them, so on and so forth. But first, I would like to create my book model. So let's say book.js. Okay, so let's get the Mongoose import and we will create a schema first. So I'll just say book schema. And just like previously, we would like to both add our fields and add our timestamps so that we can get the created at and updated at fields for every single book, right? Or the book recommendation, I should say. So each recommendation will have a title. So let's go ahead and say title, and then we can add our fields. So it'll be type of string and it'll be required. Let me save to get this formatting. Here we go. Okay, let's just actually make it to look like this. But anyways, so for some reason, this is how it's been highlighted. We got the title and we would like to get the caption. And I would like to show you an image, not this one, but here in the homepage, every recommendation has, let's say, a title. So here, oops, come on. Okay, so we have a title, a rating, caption, we have the created at date, and we also have an image. And we have a user, right? Who is the owner of this post, right? So let's keep all this in mind and try to implement it in our code. We are going to have the caption, and I would like to just paste it because it is pretty basic. it'll be string, and it'll be required. And same thing for the image, it'll be string and required. Same for the rating, it'll be number this time, required, minimum could be 1 and maximum could be 5. And the very last one is the owner of this post, which is going to be user. But what is going to be the type for this? Well, here we can see it will be an object type because this will be referencing to a different model. So let's say reference to the user model, and this will be required. So I can feel this might sound a little bit complicated, but it's actually pretty basic. We are trying to connect a book with a user, right? So here basically we just have a recommendation, right? We just have a post, and this is the owner of that post, right? We just need to have a reference so that we can fetch the, username and profile image, anything that is related to this user. And we can do this by adding this user field. So this is basically the user ID. And we're going to be using this later in the video. Okay, now we got the book schema. We can create our model. Let's say const book, just like what we have done for the user model. We just say create a model based off of this schema. And then we'll say export default this model. Okay, so that's the entire thing for this file. Once again, every single book has a title, caption, image, rating, and an author, right? Now let's go into the book routes. We're gonna start by creating a book, which is gonna be a post method. So we'll just say router.post to the root route, right? So they will send a request to /API/books, and that's it. This is gonna be a post method. Then we would like to get our controller. Let's say request and response. And then here we'll have a try catch. Now, when we try to create a post, we need to save an image, right? So we'll have all these string values, but we also want to store the image. And we are going to upload these images in a free service called Cloudinary. And we have installed the package for this at the beginning of this video, right? So if you don't have an account, go ahead and create one. I already have, so I just logged in. And once you log in, you will be in the console. So you can go under the programmable media and then get into the dashboard. So we would like to get the cloud name, just copy it, then go into the VS Code under the lib. I will create this cloudinary.js file. And let me take a look at my notes so that I don't really give you anything wrong. Okay, so we'll just say import something, right? Oops, let's just put 3 dots. We'll import something from Cloudinary package. And did we install it? I believe we did so. Okay, here it is. And what are we going to import? So they have something called v2, but when you use this in code, like when you say v2.config, it doesn't really make any sense, right? We can rename this as Cloudinary. Now our code looks a lot more cleaner, right? When you read this part, you can understand this is a Cloudinary config. So that's why we just rename this. And let me save to get this formatting. And we're going to call this config method, which takes an object with 3 different fields, which are the cloud name. We're going to add this, the API key. We will add this as well, and API secret. And we are going to get these values and put them into our .env file. So the first one will be this thing that we have just copied. In your case, this will be different. This is your Cloudinary cloud name. Okay, just assign this to this variable. Then we will have the Cloudinary API key. And then we're going to get the API secret. Okay, let's go ahead and grab these. Under these settings, we are going to go ahead under the API keys. So I just had 2 previous ones that has been created, but let's just generate one from scratch. I just got an email. Let me go ahead and get the confirmation code. So here you can see this is what I just got. I'll copy it. and paste it right here, approve. Okay, so this is the one that has been created. I'll copy the API key first, put it here, and then we are going to get the API secret, which is this one. Okay. So once you got these values, go ahead, save this file, and we are going to put them right here. So they should be looking like this. Make sure you don't really have any typos. They should match exactly what you have right here. Okay, and then we'll just say export default cloudinary. And since we are using environment variables here in this file, we just need to get the .env config. Okay, let's save. This is the configuration. By using this object, we can upload images to cloudinary, and we can even delete images from there. So that was the cloudinary setup. Now let's go ahead and try to, just build this function. So let's save to get this formatting. Here in the try, we're going to get a couple of different fields from the user, right? From the request.body, which is title, caption, rating, and image. If image is not being provided, we can throw this error specifically. And actually, let's just say if there is not an image, or if there is not a title, caption, or rating, we could return this. Let's say, please provide all fields. Okay, and here you don't really need to put these brackets, but I'll just leave it here. And then what do we want to do? We would like to upload the image to cloudinary, and then we also want to save this to the MongoDB, right? To the database. And let's try to do them one by one. So I'll say await, and I think first we need to import the cloudinary. So cloudinary from this lib file. And then right here, I'll just say cloudinary.uploader.upload. And we're going to upload this image, which is going to give us a response. So I'll just say upload response. Okay, then we can get the image URL out of this. So I'll say image URL, and we can say upload response dot secure URL. So what this does, uploads your images, or upload your image to cloudinary, and then it gives you a URL. We're going to take this URL and store it to our database. So here, let's just go ahead and say const new book, and we're going to get our book model. Let's try to import it from the models. Okay, here we go. And we're going to add our fields, which are, let's say, the title, the caption. Let me just delete this and show you the entire object. So we have title, caption, rating, image, and the user. But where is this user coming from? So I will explain this, I promise. Just for now, let's comment this out and pretend as if this does not exist. Okay, I'll just delete this, but we're going to add it just in a second. So we just have our new book object. Let's try to save it to the database. Await new book.save, and then we can say res.status. Let's say not resize, but res.status of 201, because we have just created a resource. It would be better to send 201 instead of 200. Then we'll just say JSON. We can just return this new book back to the client. Let's handle the catch, and then we'll take a look at the, that thing that we had above. So I'll just add a console log for the debugging purposes. Let's say error creating book. Okay, so let's save and let's see the problem that we have. So if you think about it now, I'll just zoom out. Anyone can call this endpoint and create a book, right? But we actually want to make this function, we want to make this endpoint to be protected. So only authenticated users can create a book, because we need to have this user field, right, in the book. So not anyone can just come up here and create a book. So here I'll just say, before you call this function, could you please protect this? So I'll say protect this route. And this is a function, a middleware that we're gonna just create in a second. And let's actually do it right now. So I will go ahead right here in the source. I will say middleware, and I'll just say auth.middleware.js. Now this is not the extension, so you can completely delete it and just say auth.js, but I think this looks pretty cool, and this is a convention that we can follow. So when you take a look at the file name, you just understand, okay, this is a middleware that is related to authentication. And now we are going to create this function in this file. So once again, just before we write any code, I would like to show you the description that we had, and then we're going to take a look at the diagram. So we just said the token-based authentication is where the server creates a token, and that token contains an information about the user, right? And in our case, we have created this. Let me pretty quickly show this. We are creating a token with the user ID. So this tells you who you are, right? And then this token will be stored in our application, and in the feature requests, we're going to send this token with it to prove our identity, right? So here's that exact point where we would like to create a post, but we would like to first protect this route. So we just need to show our identity so that we really tell to the server that we are authenticated. And to be able to make this work, we'll just go here and try to see if the user has a token or not. Okay, let's take a look at this diagram as well. When we send the token back to the client, they have stored it, right? And in the feature requests, this token will be sent to the server to, just prove that you're authenticated. Okay, so I just really wanted to go slowly so that everyone can understand this part. Now let's try to make this work. So we are going to import JWT from JSON Web Token, and I'll just zoom in a bit. Here we go. Then I will also get the user model from here. Okay, let's say const protect route, which will be an async function. Just like previously, we're going to get the request and response. And let's say on top of it, we are going to get something called next. And we will see what that does. So this is the next function that we'll be using. Let's say try catch. In the try, we would like to first get the token. And this token will be sent in the headers. So let me show you an example. Like once again, I just realized we are going slowly, but we just need to understand this completely. So I will copy an example and paste it. So in our React Native application, from the front end, we will send a request to our books endpoint, which is going to be a post request, and we'll say, hey, here is the data where we would like to create a book. And here is the authorization headers that I tell you that I am authenticated. Here is my token. So this is going to be coming from the front end, and we will take this token. And just in front of this token, we have this bearer and one, empty character. This is a standard. So you could potentially and technically you could just put something like hello or anything, but the standard is to put bearer so that we know this is token-based authentication that is coming from authorization headers. And we will take this token from this authorization headers. Okay, so I'll just comment this out so that you can have it as a reference. Let's say const token, and we are going to grab this from the request dot header. Let's say go under the authorization. Okay, go under the authorization and grab this token. Now we don't really need to get this bearer and empty string, so we'll just say replace this bearer and empty string with nothing, right? So basically delete this part and give us the token. So we just got the token out of it. And then what do we want to do? Just check if token is not being provided. So I will just copy this and paste it. Okay, so if we do not have the token, return 401, which means unauthorized, and this is our message. So we'll just say access denied. But now if we have the token, we need to verify this, right? So we just checked if token existed in the first place. If it is, we would like to verify it. Here I'll just say const decoded because it was encrypted. Now we would like to decode it, and we'll say jwt.verify this token with this secret, because this is what we used to be able to encrypt it, right? In the auth routes right here, right? So we should use the exact same secret to be able to decode it. Then I'll just say find the user, because from this token we have the user ID. So we'd like to find this user from the database. I'll basically get this right here. We'll say user.findById. Here is the user ID. It is inside the decoded token, and just select every single field but not the password. Okay, just give us the user object. And then we'll say if user is not found, we will say your token is invalid, right? So here, this is exactly what we'll have. But if everything went well, we will say request.user will have this user object, and we're going to call the next function. So in this case, if everything went successfully well, we're going to call the next function, which is this one. So this is exactly what we are doing. And in the catch, we can throw some errors just like this. Okay, I'll save, and let's say export default this protect route function. Now let's save this file and go here, try to import this coming from this file, and everything should be fine. Now we have added this user under the request and called the next function. Now that means from this next function, we can easily say request.user.id, right? Because we have this user that is just being fetched, and we can say, user.username, what we have, like profile image. You get the point. We just have every single detail about this user. And here we'll say the owner of this book, where we'll have this user field. It will be request.user._id. Now I do really hope everything is clear. You should be able to see the entire image. Let me try to explain once again. So we're going to have a post request to be able to create a post, right? And then before we call this function, we are going to protect this, right? We will call this function in the backend, and this will check for the authentication. It'll get your token from the headers, and if token is not being provided, we will throw an error. And if it is not valid, we will throw an error. But if everything is fine, we will call the next function by updating this request. And now, since we have this user in the request, we can basically just use this field and say, here is the owner of this book. Okay, so that's the entire logic. This is the entire function where we can create a recommendation. And I hope this makes sense at this point. Next, we are going to build a function to be able to fetch all the books so that we can display it in our homepage. Okay, so just like this, we will be able to fetch everything from the database. So I'll see you there. So here in the book routes, I would like to add my endpoint with a get method. So we'll just say when we visit the root route, because it will be prefixed with API books, we would like to call this function. And this route will also be protected because we just have the authentication in the first place, right? We would like to have all of our routes to be protected. Then here in the async, we can just say try and catch. In the catch, let's just handle it pretty quickly. We'll just say error in getting books. And then we can just say res the status of 500, and we can just say internal server error. Okay, in the try, let's just try to get all the books from the database. We'll say book.find, and we don't really need to add any filters because we would like to just get everything and show it in the homepage. Then we'll just say res.send, and if you don't add a status, by default it'll be 200, and then we'll just send the books. So if you think this is the entire function that we need, well, you're wrong, because I would like to implement something called pagination, and specifically infinite, let's say infinite loading, or infinite scroll in our case. So let me show you what I mean. Probably you have seen this from the demo application, but basically as the user scrolls, we will fetch more and more books in the database. So just imagine if we have like 1000 recommendations, right? If we have 1000 posts, we don't really want to fetch all of them at once. So we can basically fetch one by one. So initially we will fetch like first 5 posts, and as user scrolls, we will fetch 5 more, so on and so forth, right? Maybe they'll just get only 15. They'll just scroll a couple of times, so we don't really return them 1000 posts. That would be unnecessary. So this is what we would like to have. And here, let me show you a request from the, from the front end, from our React Native application. Oops, this is not what I meant. Let me copy it and paste it. Okay. So from the front-end application, we are going to send this kind of a fetch request. So in the initial load, we will say we would like to get the first page with 5 results. And as user scrolls, the page number will be incremented by 1. So it'll be the second page. So first we just got the 5 result, then we just got the 10. And as user scrolls, this query will increment. Then they'll get the 15. So you get the point, this is just being incremented. And here let's try to get these queries, which is the page and limit. Okay, just before we do that, I would like to say sort created at -1, which means in the descending order, right? So let's say descending. We are going to see the latest post at the top, and it'll go in the descending order. So from the newest one to the oldest one. Okay, now let's try to actually get these queries. Here I'll just say const page. We can just say request.query.page. And if this is undefined, we can just give this 1 as the default value. Then we're going to get the limit. Now we can go with 10, but I'll just go with 5. This is completely fine. You can even go with 20. And then what do we want to do? We'd like to have skip. This will require some math, just like this, and I'll explain this with an example. What do we really want to do? We will say after you sort this, so right here, we can just say skip this number of skips, whatever that is, and then we'll just say here is the limit. And then we would like to do something else, which is populate. Let's delete this, by the way. Okay, so we're basically chaining all these methods. Then we'll just say populate the user field and grab us the username and profile image. So first, let me explain this, and then we're going to talk about these. So when we try to fetch our posts, as we talked about it previously, every single post has a user, right? They have an author. And how do we access this? Because if we take a look at the database in our book model, we are storing them as an ID, right? This doesn't really include the profile image, username, full name, nothing. So we can just say populate the user field, because this is an ID. We would like to grab the username and profile image so that we can display it in the UI. Okay, so this is what populate method does. This is really important when you are using MongoDB. Now let's talk about the skip and limit. So let's go through this example where the page is 1 initially. So if page is 1, this will be equal to 1 minus 1, which is 0, multiplied by limit, which will make it to be 0, right? In the initial load, we don't really want to skip anything, right? So this part will be 0. Here we just say, go ahead and find the first 5 results. And then in the next iteration, the page will be 2, right? Here we're gonna get 2 minus 1, which is equal to 1. 1 times limit, which is 5. So this will make 5. And we'll just say, go ahead and skip the previous 5 results because we don't really want to fetch the exact same posts once again. Go ahead, skip them, and grab us 5 more, which will be the next 5 results. And so on and so forth. We're gonna just go ahead, get the page incremented 1 by 1. Here, now this will be 3. 3 minus 1 will be 2. 2 minus, 2 times 5 will be 10. And we'll just say skip the first 10 results. Okay, so this is how that works. I hope I did a great job. I did a great job explaining it. But basically, this is the entire function. And we are returning this response, but I just don't really want to send the books itself. We need a couple of different fields. So we're gonna just send the books. We're gonna say the current page, and then we will say here is the page. We're gonna say the total books. And let's go ahead and get the number of books. We can say const total, how many we have in the database. So we can say book.count documents, and we will say here is that, and I think we can just call this as total books so that we can shorten this. And then finally we will send the total pages. Here is how we can calculate it. So total pages, we'll say math.ceal, and here is the math. Oops, okay, just like this. Now you might be asking, why do we need to send these fields when we get into the front end part? So once we implement this with the infinite loading, you're going to see that these fields will be really important for us. So for now, I'll just leave them here, and once we use them, you'll be able to see the exact reason. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this method as well, for this endpoint. Let me just zoom in. Okay, so this is the entire thing that we have done. We just got the books, sorted them, and we implemented the pagination. And then we also used this populate method because this was an ID field. We need to go ahead, find that user, and grab these fields so that we can display them on the UI. And then we just returned a response, right? And next we are going to add a method where we can delete a book. So it will be from the profile page. When we click this button, we should be able to delete our own recommendations. So let's visit the bookroutes.js, shrink these functions, and I think we can delete this example, or maybe I'll just leave it here just above the try, and I'll say example call from, let's say, React Native / frontend, or dash, right? Okay, so I'll just shrink this. Now let's add our delete endpoint. I'll just say delete, and if we want to delete something, we need to know the ID of that. Here I'll just add it just like this. We will say this will be a protected route, and we're going to call our function if user is authenticated. Let's say try and catch, just like this. In the try, first we'd like to find the book itself, right? And we'll just say const book. Maybe I should zoom in a little bit. Okay, let's say await book find by ID, and we are going to be getting this ID from the request.params, right? If you call this as, let's say, hello, then you would say request.params.hello, but here this will be ID. This is how we would like to call this. And now that we find the book, maybe we could just check if this has existed or not. We'll say if book is not found, let's return out of this function with a 404 response. We'll say book not found. But if we found it, we just need to check if, let's say, check if user is the creator of this recommendation, right, of the book. And how can we make this work? We'll basically say if book.user, and since this is an ID, and specifically it is an object ID, So we'd like to convert this into a string, and we'll say if this is not equal to current user, which is request.user._id, let's convert this to string as well. In this case, we would like to just say, unauthorized. You cannot delete the posts of other users. But if we pass this if check, we'll basically say await book.delete one. Okay, just like this, now book has been deleted. We can say res.json with a message, book deleted successfully. And let's handle the catch. Okay, just like this. So this should be good to go, where we first find the book, check for if it is existed or not, and we just need to check if we are the owner of the post. So this is the currently authenticated user. In this case, it is us. And then this is the owner of the book, right? We return the error, but else we try to delete it. Again, if you think this is enough, you are missing something, which is going to be deleting the image. So we just deleted the post from the database, but we didn't delete the image from Cloudinary, because when we create a post, we are storing this in the Cloudinary, right? But we would like to delete it. We don't really want to store it while book is not in the database. Here, I'll just say delete the image from Cloudinary as well. So here, I'll just say if book.image, just to make our code type safe, I'll say book.image.includes Cloudinary, because how Cloudinary store our images in this format. So they have https res.cloudinary.com, and if this URL includes the Cloudinary, that means it has existed, right? It is stored in the Cloudinary. And here I would like to get my Cloudinary import, which I already have above. And here I'll say try and catch. Here in the catch, I'll say console.log. Let's just say delete error. Okay, so I'll just say error deleting image from Cloudinary. But in the try, we are going to say first get the public ID, which is this one at the very end. So how can we grab this? So AI tries to help us. It'll basically try to split it with the slashes, and then it will get the very last one. So here, this is what we just got, okay? So if you use this, this is exactly what we have right here. Oops. Okay, so from this, we would like to use split with the dot. So here it'll be split into two parts. This is the first one and this is the second. We would like to get the first part, which is this. Okay, so this is the public ID and we just grab that. Then we'll just say await cloudinary.uploader.destroy this image. And this will go ahead and delete it from the Cloudinary. And this is the entire if check that we needed. Then we will delete it from the database, send a response, and call it a day. And with that, that's gonna be it for this endpoint as well. Let's try to quickly reiterate what we have done. So this is a delete method where we grab the ID of the book that we would like to delete. We just have an if check, and we have one more check to check if we are the owner of the post. And if we are the owner, we will delete it from the database. And just before that, we would like to delete it from the Cloudinary as well. We don't really want to store this image forever, right? And then we'll just send a response back to the client. So here is how we can do it. I've just explained it. This is the example URL. This is how Cloudinary store your images. You basically have the public ID at the end. And if you are able to grab this, you can just destroy the image with that public ID. Okay, so just like while we're here, we're gonna need one more endpoint that I'd like to pretty quickly just add it, which is going to be this one. So when we visit the profile page, we would like to see all the recommendations that we have done, right? So these are the recommendations. that are published by the current user. So here I'll just quickly paste it and walk you through it. So we will send a request to this endpoint /API/books/user. This will be a protected route, and we will say find all the books that is posted by the current user, and just go ahead, sort it in the descending order so that we can see the latest one at the very top. Then return this books. And that's gonna be it for this function as well. Super simple. That's why I just wanted to copy and paste instead of typing it out. Okay, let's save this file now. And with this, we have just completed our entire API. I don't really think if we are missing anything or if we have any errors. Let's take a look at it from the terminal, from the backend. So it looks like everything is working correctly. Previously, we had some errors, but now if we save, it just works without any issues. And if we got any errors later in the video, we'll basically come back and try to fix it just in case if we have anything wrong. And one more thing that I'd like to add, which is going to be the course configuration. I'll say import course from this package. And here we'd like to add our middleware. Okay, just like this. And let's save. Later in the video, we'll go ahead and deploy this API, but it'll just be a bit later. Then in the next section, we're going to start with the React Native, where we are going to build our mobile application. So I'll see you there. So up until now, we have built our API, and it is time to start with the mobile application. And for this, we are going to be using React Native. Just before we start writing any code, I'd like to give you some notes and slides about React Native. These are the notes that I have talked about in my previous React Native course. If you would like to check this out, you can take a look at it. It was a full stack social media application. But just in case if you didn't watch that and if you don't really want to take a look at it, I'll give you a quick crash course here on this course. So let's just start with the question, what is React Native? It is a framework that allows you to build mobile applications using React. So either with JavaScript or TypeScript. In this tutorial, we'll be using JavaScript, and in the previous tutorial, we have used TypeScript. So if you would like to see an example with TypeScript, you can take a look at that project. So all in all, it is a framework that allows you to build mobile applications. And there is a term called cross-platform development, which means writing code once that can run on multiple platforms. And this is exactly what React Native allows us to do. It is a cross-platform framework because we can write one code base in JavaScript and we can deploy it to both iOS and Android, so in multiple platforms. And this wasn't really the case in the old days. So let's say you wanted to build a mobile application. You had to build it twice. First, you need to build it for Apple Store with using a programming language like Swift, and then you would need to build it for Play Store for Android, and you would use Kotlin. And for the Apple Store, for the iOS version of it, to be able to build it, you would need to get a MacBook, which is pretty expensive, right? But thankfully, today we can just use our React knowledge and build a cross-platform application. So this is exactly what we're going to be doing today. And here, this is a screenshot from the React Native documentation that you can take a look under the reactnative.dev. So just go ahead and say get started. You can see they say like React Native itself is not enough. We would like you to experience it with a framework, and their recommendation is Expo. So this is the screenshot that I took. And what is Expo? So basically it is the framework, our go-to framework when building React Native applications. And so this will just come up with all the like a toolbox that we can use. It'll just give you most of the things that you would need. And please don't get confused. React Native is not equal to Expo. Expo is built on top of React Native. So if you are building an application with Expo, at the end of the day, you are still writing React Native, but you just have some more out-of-the-box features and optimizations thanks to Expo. Okay, so it is like if you have ever used Next.js, so it is like React and Next.js, right? Okay, and we have a couple of different comparisons. So here this is React on the web, and this is React Native. We have component structure like React versus React Native. Here we would have a div, h1, and p tag, and the equivalent of it is this one. So instead of div, you would use view, and for any kind of texts, either h1, h2, p tag, you would always use this text component. And we are going to see this in detail later in the video. Then for the styling, in the web, we would use class names, right? And we would declare it in our CSS file. But here, what we do, create an object. Here we just say stylesheet.create. This is an object, and every class name is an object. So here we have card. Then we would say styles.card, styles.profileimage, so on and so forth. So we will see this in action. This is just to give you a simple idea. Here we have event handling. We would use onClick on the web or on mouse on mouse over. But here we have things like onPress, on long press. So basically the mobile related events. And then for the lists on the web, we would say something like items.map, and we would get each item and return something. And here we have, let's see, we have a flat list for this. We would basically say, go ahead and map through this items array, and we are going to get each item. So for each item, we are going to call this function. Here, basically, we would get the item and return something. So this might look complicated, but it's really easy that we're going to see later in the video. And finally, we have the forms. So we have components like text input, and this is working as exactly the same with web. So we had value, on change. So here we can see it's the same thing. Okay, so this is just to give you some idea. We don't really need to keep all this in mind. We will see this in action. Okay, now let's try to initialize a React Native application using Expo. You can take a look at that documentation too. So expo.dev, let's say, read the documentation. So we just need to get this command. So I'll copy it, open up my terminal, cd into the mobile, and I'll just paste it, which is npx create expo app at latest. And I would like to initialize it under the current folder. So I'll just give a space and add a dot at the end. Okay, so this will get a boilerplate application for us. Let's wait for this to be installed. And while this is installing, I'll go ahead and just toggle this status bar visibility. Okay, and to be able to open up this command palette, you would press Command Shift P or Control Shift P. Okay, now we just got some code. This is a boilerplate code where we'd like to basically delete most of it. And to be able to delete this, we can say npm run reset-project. And we want to basically delete everything. So I'll just say no. Okay, I'll just press N and run this. Okay, so everything that we had previously has just been deleted, as you can tell. Let's just say Command K. We just have a simple app folder with an index file, as well as a layout file. And we got some assets like fonts and images. We're going to take a look at them later in the video. So for now, you have two different options to run this application. And let me show you what they are. So you would either install a simulator to your machine. So if you're on Windows, you would go ahead and get the Android Studio. And if you're on Mac, you would get Xcode. But installing them is such a pain because they take around like 10 gigabytes or so. Instead, I would say just go ahead, get your physical phone and install this Expo Go application, either from App Store or Play Store. And once you install it, we are going to scan a QR code that will open up our application in our actual phone, just like you have seen in the demo application, right? At the beginning of this tutorial. So let's say npx expo, and we'll see how to use it. So this is going to give us a QR code at the very top. I will scan this just in a second, but since I am teaching this, I already have my simulator running as well. So I'll just press I. That will run it on my iOS simulator. And if you are on Windows, you would press A to be able to open up in Android Studio. And we can even run this on web. So if you press W, that should go ahead and run this. Let me just zoom out a little bit. Okay, and then you would shrink this screen to make it like 480 pixels, refresh. Okay, so this is the mobile version of it, but we don't really want to build it for web, so I'll just close that. And now, okay, I'll just scan this QR code just in a second, and you can do it actually right now if you don't really have a, let's say, a simulator. And you know what, let's actually do it. I'll grab my physical phone and open up the camera. And I have my physical phone where I am logged in into the Expo application. So here I'll just open up my camera actually so that I can scan this QR code on the screen. Let's say just grab this. Okay. So this will go ahead and open this up on my actual phone. So as you can tell, this is the exact same thing. So here it says edit application index.tsx to edit this screen, right? So just to show you this, I will go ahead under the index.tsx, change this to be like 1, 2, 3, save this. So as you can tell, it just works in real time. Now you can follow along with this video with your actual phone, but what I'll be doing is to actually close this, but instead use the simulator that we have on the screen. So it is a lot more convenient for me. Okay. So this is like the beauty of Expo. As you can tell, we just have one QR code and install the application, and that's it. We don't really have, we don't really need to get a MacBook. We don't really need to install a simulator, so on and so forth. Okay, now everything is working. I'll just shrink my screen. Shrink the terminal, and let's get into the tutorial, right? Okay, so this app folder is a special folder. Whatever you put here becomes a screen, right? In web development, we have pages, but here in mobile development, we have screens, right? So the first screen that we have is the index.tsx, which is the convention for your homepage. And if you had a folder like, let's say, I don't know, let's just say Auth, here your entry point would still be index.tsx. So this is a convention that we do when we have nested routes. So in the same way, we have a layout file, actually underscore layout, and this is again a special file. So we're going to see all this in detail. So for now, I would say just don't worry. And I would like to use JavaScript to keep this completely beginner friendly. Let's say yes, and do the same thing for this one. Okay, and then we can save this, close this file. Now let's take a moment where I can just explain the basics pretty quickly. So I have just said whenever you have a text, you should use this text component. And that's actually correct. So if you try to say something like hello in the view component and save it, it will crash. So here it says text strings should go under the text component. Okay, so this is a must that we should do. Here I'll have this text. Let's just say hello, just to have this on the screen. There we go. And then we could have styles just like this. So we would add an object into the style field, right? And we can do the same thing for the text for any component that you can think of. So here, let's just say color is going to be red. So here, this works just like in the web. So you can use hex code, RGBA, the regular color, things like that, right? So let's just say, I don't know, DDD. Okay. But now, instead of adding the styles like this, as you can imagine, after a bit of time, this will be a really long list, right? They'll just get out of hand. So instead, we can create a style sheet. So what I'll be doing, let's just say this will be red. And I would like to actually cut this from here, right? But first, I'll just say const styles, and let's say style sheet, which is going to be coming from React Native, and we'll just say create. Let me shrink the left hand side. So this is a function that we're going to call with the object, and here we can say this will be container, right? So I'll say container, and I will grab this as my styles. So I'll just cut it from there, and let's say this is what we'll have. Now I can easily go here and just say styles.container. So these styles has been added here. And then we can do the same thing for this one. Let's say this is styles.title. Let's go ahead and create it. Just like that. Now it is working as exactly as it was before. Let's say blue. Okay, as you can tell, everything works without any problems. The beauty of this, we can cut this from here and put it into its own file and import it here, right? So we're gonna have the styles in its own file. And this is exactly what we're going to be doing. So let me just bring this back. We will do this in a couple of minutes. What we can talk about more is the image component. So here we'll have the image component. So we can either get this from React Native or from Expo. Let's say import image from Expo image. And I think we need to install this. Let's go ahead and do so. I will kill this from the terminal. Let's say npx expo install expo-image. So whenever you install something from the Expo ecosystem, you would use npx expo install and then whatever the package name is. And let's just try to import the Expo image. Okay, now we can have this import. So here the image takes a source, and the difference between the image from React Native and Expo image is that this is a little bit more optimized, right? Not a little bit more, but really a lot more optimized. It allows you to handle different options in the cache. So we'll just see this in action. Let's try to see actually. Here I think we have like cache policy, and we have 4 different options. We can go with none, memory disk, memory itself, and disk. And if you hover over this, you can see when you should use which one. So we're going to see a bunch of different things, but just to keep in mind, this, like you have an option to use the Expo image itself. Then we can add a source. So if the image source is coming from a remote URL, let's say it is coming from Unsplash. Let's copy this link address or image address, let's say. Here, if you are grabbing it from a remote URL, you can put it under the URI, just like this. And if you are importing an image from the local file, let's say you're getting it from the images, you would give the complete path. So you would say require, and then, you know, you would just put the complete path to get that. Okay. So these are the really basics that we're gonna see more in the, in the incoming sections. And for now, what I really want to do is just set up our code base. So we're gonna get a couple of different images, fonts, and colors. So let's see, I have prepared a GitHub gist. You can find the link in the description. So here is the entire list. Let me zoom in. So React Native bookworm copy paste list. We have a bunch of different files. The first one is the colors.js. So I will go ahead and copy this entire file, and we are going to create a folder under the, let's say under the mobile. I'll say constants. Let me just shrink everything. Okay, under the mobile, we have constants, and let's say colors.js. So I will paste this in, And as you can tell, we have a bunch of different options, right? The forest, which is the green color, then we have retro, ocean, and blossom. Oops. Okay, so they are these different options that I have prepared. In this tutorial, I'll be using the forest, but I will show you how easy it is to change it to one of these. So basically, all you have to do, so let's say you want to use the retro theme, which is this one. You would go ahead, comment this, and uncomment this one. And that's it, because we are just exporting the colors at the end of the day. Whichever you would like to use, you would just uncomment that one and comment out all the others. In my case, I would like to use this one, so I'll just leave it here above, and you can take a look at the others. So that was the very first file. Then we would like to get a couple of different styles. So this is not a CSS course where I would like to just copy and paste these styles and focus on the functionality, because I don't really want to go here and for hours I don't really want to say like color will be red, padding will be 20. You get the point. This is not a CSS course. So instead, under the assets, I will create a folder called styles, and we'll create a bunch of different files. Let's go under here. The first one will be the styles for the create page. So I will copy this entire thing, which is around 140 lines of code. Let's say create the styles.js, and I will paste this in. So here we can see this is super basic CSS. There are some mobile development related fields like elevation, which is kind of like a box shadow only in Android. But other than these, there is nothing complex. It is just regular CSS. So what I'll be doing is to just go ahead and grab these files. This is the home.styles. Let's just do it together actually. Say home.styles.js. You can speed up this video if you really want to. Let's get the login styles, and then we'll have the sign up styles. Paste this in, and then we are going to have the profile.styles.js, which is this one. And then finally we'll have the sign up. So let's paste this in, save, and sign up.styles.js. Okay, so by copying and pasting, we are basically saving ourselves hours and hours. We don't really need to type any of those, but instead we'll just go ahead, just consume these styles. And here, how does that work? Just having the colors, we can have 4 different themes. So basically, whenever we want to use a color, we are just grabbing it from the colors object that we have in this file. So whenever you change the object, the application changes completely. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so we just got the colors, and what do we want to do? Just grab some images. So here, as you can tell in the login page, this is such a cool illustration that we can install. And for this, we have a website called storyset.com. You can take a look at it to grab a bunch of different images. Here I will select this bro theme, and let's say book. So which one is... Okay, so it is this one. And if you really want to, you can even change the color, right? So let's say you are using this theme. Let's say you are using the retro theme. You would go ahead, under the colors, you would grab this primary color, and then come here, just update this hex value. As you can tell, now you can use this one, but I'll go with the previous one. So let me just refresh this file, refresh this page. Okay, so I'll go ahead and download this, and I will put it under the, let's say, assets and images. and I will say, illustration.png, or I'll just keep it simple, i.png. You can grab this from the source code, or you can just do whatever I have just done. And I can give you this entire URL, like storyset.com, illustration, reading-glasses, and this is the bro theme, so here it is. And just one more thing before we end this section, it's gonna be about the fonts. So here we can see we have a different type of font, right? It is monospace. And here is the URL. It is jetbrains.com/lp/mono. So I have already downloaded this font. Just click this button, it'll give you a zip, and then unzip this, and you will find a file that we're gonna put it under the fonts. So you can either grab it from the source code or just what I have mentioned. So let me copy it and put it right here. Okay, so once you get the zip, if you unzip that, you're gonna see this file called jetbrains-mono-medium.ttf. This is the font family that we're gonna be using. So just go ahead and install it and put it under the fonts. Later in the video, we're gonna use this font in our layout file. And here we have something called stack. This is something that we're gonna take a look at in the next sections. So with that, that's gonna be it for the setup, where we just set it up our environment. We created a React Native application with Expo, and we even scanned the QR code if you don't have the simulator. And we got a bunch of different constants, styles, and assets. So in the next section, we're gonna start by building our UI. So this is where we left. I have my application up and running, and in the index file, we just have a simple hello text. Now we're gonna get into the UI, but there is just one thing that I'd like to talk about, which is this stack navigator that is under the root layout. So in React Native, we have a couple of different navigators, and the first one that I'd like to talk about is the tab navigator. So here, if you have realized, we have a tab at the bottom of the screen, and depending on the current tab, we would see different views, right? So this is what we call a tab navigator. We will implement this later in the video, and the other one is this stack navigator that we have at the moment. And to explain this, I can show you an example. Let's visit this browser. I'll just say instagram.com, and then we'll like to visit facebook.com. Okay, so new screens are coming from the right hand side, and if we want to go back, we would just press here and go back, and this is what Stack Navigator allows us to have. Now this is on web, but we would like to have this behavior on our mobile application, and this is the component that allows us to have it. So once again, we can go to the next screens and we can go back, all thanks to this stack component. Okay, so now what if we want to, remove this header? This is the stack navigator that will allow us to do it. So here we'll just say screen options, where we can make the header shown to be false. Let's save. Here we go. It has just been updated. And there are a bunch of different options that you can take a look. So here we can see, I'll just be using the header shown in this case. Let's save, and let's make this to be true actually at the moment. Now what happens if you want to update it? So let's say I would like to show something like home instead of index. So first we need to make this a complete component like this instead of self-closed, and I can say stack.screen, and the name is index because this is the file that we have for the home screen. They should match. And then I can just basically say options, where I would like to change the title to be home. Okay, as you can tell, this is how we can do it. So that was the basics of stack. Now I would like to add two more links here on the home screen. So I'll just get the link component from Expo router, and let's say this will take us to the login page, just like this, and I'll duplicate this, and here this will be sign up page, let's say, and this will take us to the sign up screen. Okay, let's just delete the pages. Just sign up and log in. Now, if I click to this, I will get not found because we don't really have this at the moment. And same for the login. Now, since they are related to authentication, I will create them under a folder called Auth. So basically, I can go ahead and just say, create a file called login.jsx or signup.jsx, but instead I would like to group them. And this is how we can do it. Since they are going to be grouped, we are going to put it into a folder called Auth, and we're going to put the brackets. Then let's say signup.jsx, and instead of login.jsx, I'll just say index.jsx because this will be our entry point. Then I will have underscore layout.jsx. Now I am using an extension called React Native Snippets. So it is this entire name. You can go ahead and install it. So this will give us these snippets. Okay, so let's say this will be the layout for the authentication. So here I'll just say Auth layout, but I think I accidentally delete the text. So let's just say Auth layout. Instead of showing a view, I will delete everything and just have a stack component like this. And this will be coming from not React Native, but instead Expo Router. Okay, so we're gonna see this in a detail just in a second. Let's get this RNF for this. I'll say login screen. And we'll do the same thing for sign up. Okay, now let's say sign up. Oops. Okay, now if we try to visit these pages, so it will still give us 404 because the root is not correct. Here, like this is how it should be. It's going to be under the Auth folder and under the signup file, right? So we'll just say Auth and signup. For the login, it is under the Auth and index.jsx. Since it is called index, we don't really need to type it. So we'll just say Auth and it'll take us to the index file. Let's save, go back and try to visit these files. Here we can see this is the signup and this is the login. Now I don't really want to see these headers. We can go into this layout and once again just add our screen options where the header shown is equal to false. Let's save. Now it is gone and we can go into the root layout and make this to be false as well. Okay, so it is gone. Now we would like to delete the options because we don't even show the title, and we can duplicate this. Now we'll just say we have one more screen which is for the Auth, and here it is under the Auth folder. Okay, so this is how we set it up, right? So let's go ahead, maybe close everything, shrink everything under the app. Let's go do a quick recap. So we have a root layout where we just hidden the header and then we put our screens, which is the home screen that we have right here that takes us to the sign up or login pages. And then we have the Auth screens, which are these. So this is the login and this is the sign up. And this is the root layout where we would like to hide our header in the authentication screens, right? Okay. Now we have a different problem. When we hide the header, the content is overflowing with the status bar. And let's try to see how we can fix it. Okay, so to fix this problem, there is a component called safe area. Okay, so the current content is not in the safe area. It is overflowing with the status bar. So we will go and visit the root layout. This is what we have. And I would like to wrap everything with this safe area provider component, which is coming from this package. And we have already installed this. So when you start an application with Expo, you have a bunch of different dependencies coming out of the box. And this is one of them. So we don't really need to install it manually. Now, just by adding this doesn't really solve the problem. So if you save, you still have this problem. So what we'd like to do, just wrap our entire application with a component called save screen. And this is the component that we are going to create just now. Let's save this. Here this does not exist. So let's go ahead and create it under the mobile. I'll say components. And let's get this name. It is save screen.jsx. Okay. Now let me give you the imports and we'll try to build it. It will take around 10 lines of code. It's pretty simple. So we're going to get the children as the prop. And the children will be our entire application. So basically, we would like to take our entire application and make sure the content is not overflowing with this top area, right? It is always in the visible view. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get the children, and we will say inside this view, we would like to return the children, but on top of it, we would like to add some stuff, which is going to be the insets. We're going to grab this from use save area insets hook, and then we would like to create a style sheet. So I'll just get this 4 lines of code. We just have a class called container. This is the flex1, and the background color is the whatever the background color is for your theme. Then we'll just take this to here, I'll say styles, and here we would like to implement a couple of different styles. So for this, we can put an array instead of an object. So here I'll just say get these styles.container, and on top of it, we would like to have this padding top of insets.top. Okay, so thanks to this, our application content will be in the view. So I'll save. Let's see why this did not fix it. Let's try to go here, save this once again. We did not import it. Let's say import save screen from the components. So maybe we should go one above like this. Okay, now let's save, try to reload it, and we'll just visit the sign up screen. Here we can see it is in the view, right? Thanks to this component. So if you delete this part, I think it would not work, right? So basically we just say implement this padding top of insets of like insets.top, and this fix it. And I can talk about the status bar component. So currently this is not really too much visible, right? It's not really accessible. So we can go ahead and change the style. I'll just get the status bar from not React Native, but Expo router. So you can use the one that is coming from React Native as well, but I'll just say Expo status bar, just like this. We also have this package. And then here, let's say style will be dark. So as you can tell, this is a lot more visible at the moment. So we have a bunch of different options like inverted, light, or auto, but I'll go with the dark. So with this in mind, next we are going to build the login screen. So currently this is what we have, but we'll just build the entire UI and then we'll implement the logic for both login and sign up screens. So let's start with the login screen. Once again, we'll just first start with the UI, and once the UI is ready, we will build the UI of the sign up and then we'll just implement the logic. Okay, so we're going to call our API. But first, we would like to start with this UI where we have the illustration image at the top. Then we have a form with 2 different inputs with a button and then a link at the bottom of the card. Okay, so let's try to build it now. First, I would like to import my styles for the login screen. So I'll just say styles from, I think we would like to go 1 above and maybe even 2. From here, we would like to go under the assets, we have styles, and let's get the login.styles. So here we're gonna need a couple of different states, right? To keep track of the email, password, and this state to show the password or not, and maybe a loading state. So let's try to get all of them. Instead of typing them out, because I'm such a slow typer, I'll just go ahead and copy and paste. Let's import the use state. By default, they are empty, and show password is false by default. Let's get, like, duplicate this. Let's say is loading. Set is loading. And let's say this will be false. Yeah, initially it'll be false. Then I'll have a function, let's say const handle login. For now, we can leave this as an empty arrow function. Later, we will implement that. Now let's try to build the UI. We'll have a view with style of styles.container. And then inside, we would like to have our illustration at the top. So I'll just put a comment if you would like to copy and paste from the source code. So we'll have the illustration at the top. Then here's how we can implement that. Basically, we will have a view. Let me save and give you the entire thing. Okay, so I just paste this where we have a view with this style. This is coming from our styles file. And we have an image where we basically get the image component. I mean, not the component, but the image itself, right? This illustration. So this is the entire path. We'll go under the assets, images, and i.png. And this image will be coming from, let's say, React Native. Let's put them side by side. Save and try to go back to the login screen. Oops. Okay, so this is what we have. So below to the illustration, we'd like to put a view. Let's say view. This is going to take the style of card. And then we can put our form container. So basically I will duplicate this and close this off. Then I'll say styles form container. Here we would like to have our very first input, which is going to be email. And once again, instead of typing this out, I would like to just provide this to you so that we can move a little bit faster. So this is really simple. We just have a view. Let me just import everything, then I'll walk you through it. So here for the icons, we are getting ion icons so that we can show something like this, right? So let me try to get the entire import for this. And these icons are coming from Expo. So this is the entire import path. Let's save. We would like to get the text input as well, which is coming from React Native. Let's save, visit the login screen. We need to get the colors as well. Okay, now I can walk you through it. So this is what we have just pasted, right? 20 lines of code. Let's see, we have styles.input group. This is for styling. Then we have this text that says email. Then below to it, we have the input container with the icon. And here is how we can add different icons. We just have the name field and you can add like really anything. Let's say home. Here we can see it has just been updated with the home icon. But by saying anything, it should be available, right? So you can put like airplane, add outline. But in this case, we would like to add mail outline. Then we give the size, color, as well as the style. Then we have the text input. This is the style, this is the placeholder, and we would like to change the placeholder text color as well. We have the value, on change, and keyboard type. So you have a bunch of different keyboard types. So like phone pad, here we have Twitter, URL, and in this case, we are going with the email address. So here I cannot really see the keyboard, but if I press Command-Shift-K, it should be visible. Here we go. And like, let's try to change the type of this. Let's say it'll be number pad. And I think we need to turn this off, and here we go. So it has just been updated, but we're gonna go with email address. Now we have a problem, as you have realized, that keyboard is overflowing with the content, but we're going to fix it. So for now, let's save. And I don't know how do we turn this off, but I'll just press Command-Shift-K. Okay, it's gone. So after this view, which is for the email, we would like to put one more view for password. And once again, instead of typing this out, maybe I can paste the entire thing. Let's actually do it a little bit slowly, one by one. So we're gonna get the password. Here I'll have a view. Let's say style. We'll say input group. And then we'll like to have a text that will just have a label just like this that says password. Then we'd like to put one more view, that is going to say the input container. Let's close this off just like that and save this to get the formatting. We will go inside and we would like to put the left icon, which is this what we have, right? So I'll just say left icon and I will provide this to you. It is the exact same thing what we have above, but we just changed the name. And then we would like to have the input. So I'll just say after this, we're going to have the input, which is going to be the text input component for the password. Now, when you type something in, it is secured thanks to this field. Now, if this state is false, it will be secured, but let's just say if it is, maybe let's say false. Here we can see like it is visible, but else if you say true, so you get the point. And now instead of just saying true or false, it'll depend on this state. Then we have the value, on change, placeholder, text color, basically what we had above. Now what I'd like to add on top of it is this icon, right? Depending on this, we are going to change our state. And since this is a button, we can use touchable opacity, just like this. And this is going to be coming from React Native. Let's import it. And we will say when we press this, let's say on press, we would like to negate this state. So if it is false, it'll be true and vice versa. For the class name, I think we'll just say use the icon. And here inside, we're going to put the icon. So I'll just get this, save. Okay, so if show password is true, we will see I outline, but else we'll just see I of outline. Let's save and give it a go. So I'll just delete this and type something in, press this. Now it is visible because the state has just been changed and icon is changed thanks to this line, as well as the secure text entry prop, right? So I'll just type something in and I can toggle the state. Okay, so after this touchable opacity, after this first view and the second one, we'll go ahead and build our login button, which will look like this. So let's visit VS Code and I'll just paste this in and walk you through it. So I hope you don't really get mad just because we copy and paste, but it is really simple logic. And actually there is no logic at all. We are just pasting UI and we are not doing anything else. So this is something like writing HTML and CSS, and I hope you don't really get mad with it because I am such a slow typer. I just feel like I have to copy and paste at this point. So I have just imported the activity indicator that you're going to see what that is. Let's save and see this in action. Okay, so we just have a button with this button styles. And when we click to it, we call this function, which does nothing at the moment. And this will be disabled depending on the loading state. And if we are in the loading state, we're going to see this loading indicator. So let's just say true. Here is what we're going to see when we have that loading state for a second. But if we are not in the loading state, we will just see this text, which is what we see at the moment. And we can change the color of the activity indicator. So this is what we have just done. This is coming from React Native. Once again, just double check that. Okay, so after this, I think we are gonna go below and still inside this view. So we have 3 different views. We are going to add the footer component, which is this part really. And all this does, having a text as well as a link, that takes us to the sign up page. So I will go ahead and copy and paste it. It's around like 5 lines of code. Okay, so we have the footer. I'll just save. Let's see if this will work or not. It says link is undefined. So let's go ahead, import it, I was going to say. So let's just go above. So why do we have touchable only? This is not something used. Let's say replace this with a link coming from not React Native, but it'll just be coming from Expo router. Okay, so just like this, it should be working. This is what we got. I'll click to it. This will take us to the sign up screen. So with that, that's gonna be it for the login UI. So we just built the UI design. Later in the video, we are going to implement this function that will actually log us in. But first, I'd like to build the UI of the signup screen, which is going to be next. So I have did it once again. I just said bye, but I forgot something in this section, which is going to be related to this. Let me just open up the keyboard. It is overflowing with the content, right? So if I want to type my password, I don't really see it on the view. And how can we fix this? Now, thankfully, in React Native, there is a component called keyboard avoiding view. So let's go ahead and import it, wrap our entire screen with it. So I'll just go ahead, close this off, and we would like to add a couple of different props. Here, I'll just say style will be flex of 1. Let's say flex will be 1, and then this behavior will depend on the platform. So here I'll just say behavior, and instead of just saying padding, we'll do something else. Let's say we're going to import the platform, which is a module coming from React Native, and we'll say if operating system is equal to iOS, it'll be padding, but else it'll be height, because in Android it works a little bit differently. And if you have it like this, now this should be working out. Can you see this? Okay, so we're just clicking to it and it pushed the content to the view thanks to this component. And let's test this out in this one. Okay, so it works without any problems. And that means we can move on with the next section. So just in the last section, we have built the UI of the login screen. Let's go ahead and start with the signup screen. So this is the component that we have under the app, under the auth, signup.jsx. So what I'd like to do is just once again wrap everything with this keyboard avoiding view component, right? And I'll just close this off so that our content is not overflowing with the keyboard. So this is the first thing that we have done. Let's import the platform, which is coming from React Native, and like it is the exact same thing what we have just done in the login screen. Now on top of it, we would like to import our styles. Let's say styles, but this time it'll be coming from the signup styles file. Then let's start with a view. Once again, this will be our container. So let's say styles.container. And then we'll have our view, which will be the card. So just like this, we're gonna have the card. Then let's have the header component. So this is the header that we will have. Okay, so we'll just have the title as well as a quick description, or maybe subtitle, I should say. So let's try to see this in action. This will be a view with 2 different texts. I'll just save. Okay, so here we forgot to import it. Let's visit the signup screen. Okay, this is what we got. Now the font family is a little bit different. Here this is like a regular font family. It is not monospace, but we are going to fix it later in the video. Okay, so we just got the header, and below to this header, still inside this 2 different views, we are going to create one more view, which is going to be the form container, just like that. And the first one will be, let's say, username input that will have at the very top. So I would like to actually grab this. It's around 10 lines of code. So it is the exact same thing. We just have a text input, an icon, and some text and views. Let's import this one. Maybe first import text view, and let's get the ion icons from Expo. So how did we get that? I forgot it actually. I will get this entire thing. It is the exact same thing. Okay. And I think we forgot to get the colors from the constants. And let's go into the sign up, and we don't really have the states, right? So let's go ahead and get them. I think we'll just have 2 different states, or maybe even 4 different states. We are in the sign up screen. Once again, we will have like email, password, show password. On top of it, we'll have the username, and we can add our loading state as well as an empty handle signup function. So I'm just going pretty fast at this point because we have done this exact same thing just in the previous section. So let's say is loading, set is loading, initially it'll be false. Let's import the use state and visit the sign up screen. Okay, so this is what we have. We just built the username form input. And below to this, we're gonna put one more thing, which will be the email input. And I will grab this once again. So just go right below to this, still inside the form container, right? We will put this part, which is the email. So we got the text, which is our label, icon, and text input. When we type into it, it will actually update the email state instead of username. Okay, so after this email input, we are going to put one more thing, which is going to be the password input. So this will be a little bit long. I'll go ahead, copy and paste, and maybe just zoom out a little bit. But it is the exact same thing what we have done previously. Let's import the touchable opacity, and then I'll walk you through it. So we have the label, we have the icon on the left, we have the text input that is going to like depend on the state. Either it'll be shown, let me just type something in. So either it'll be visible or not visible, as we can tell. And as we click to this button, that state will change. So this is nothing new at this point. It is just the UI completely. Then at the bottom of this, we would like to put this sign up button, right? So we're gonna build this and then the footer. Let's go inside. So I think we'll just skip two different views. Let me double check. Right here. So I think just below to the password input, we are gonna put our sign up button. So let's get the simulator on the right hand side, paste this in. Here we have handle sign up function. I think I have a typo. Let's say sign up. U will be capitalized. Now it is matching. Let's save. And this is the button that we just got. And once again, depending on the loading state, we're gonna see the activity indicator. Let's import it. And then finally, we're gonna put the footer component. So after this, I will get my footer component, which is just a link that takes us to the back, which is the login screen. So let's just try to refresh this application. So I'll go into the login screen, and from here, we'll go into the sign up. And if we just say click to the login, it'll go back. Okay, I think it says router is not found. That's correct. Let's go ahead and import it. I'll say const router, and we'll say use router, which is coming from expo router. Okay, just like this, let's import it, and I'll click to it. It'll take us back. But if you try to visit the sign up page from the home, this will take you back to the home page, but we don't really need to worry about this because later in the video, we will never have a page like this. When we first start our application, initially we will be in the login page. So if user says visit sign up and go back, this is how it'll look like. At the moment, we are just prototyping it. So that's why we have this homepage in the first place, right? We are not gonna have this. Instead, it'll be our home tab. Okay, so with this in mind, we have just built the UI of the sign up as well. Next, we are going to build the functionalities so that we can really send request to our API where we can sign up or login, which is going to be next. So now that we have our UI ready, we would like to consume our API, right? We would like to send requests because we have a bunch of different routes, and we would like to start with the register route where we can create an account in the database. So for this, we can basically go into every single component one by one, such as in the sign up page and let's say in the login page. So we can just come here, say fetch, and type our endpoint, which is localhost API auth login. We would put all the options and handle the rest of the logic. But instead of doing it file by file, what I'd like to do, just create a special file that will contain everything related to authentication, which will make our code base really clean and it'll be really convenient to work with. So I know this might not make too much sense at the moment, but we'll just see it in a second. So let's start with the signup, and just before we get into it, I would like to mention the library that we'll be using, which is ZooStand. So this is the library that will allow us to have a global state in seconds. So this might look complicated, but it's actually pretty simple to get started with. So let me just show you how we can get started with it. I will kill my mobile application and just say npm install ZooStand. So this will be installed, and I would like to cd into the backend and run this because we're going to send some requests. Okay, server is running and database connected. Let's go here and start the Expo application. And let's reload it. Okay, so we're going to start with the sign up screen. So as I said, we would like to create a global state, right? For this, under the mobile, I will create a store folder and I will say Auth store.js. So everything that is related to authentication will go here. Let's just start with a super basic example. I'll say import the create function, and maybe I can zoom in. Okay, so I'll say import create from ZooStand, and we would like to create this Auth store. Let's say use Auth store, and I'll just auto accept this and walk you through it. Okay, so we call the create function just like this, and this has a callback function where we would like to return an object. So whatever you return inside this object will be accessible from the other files. So let's say we're gonna have a user, and instead of just saying null, let's say name will be John. Okay, then we can have a setter function as well as a getter function. So we can use these. For now, let's just have the set, and I will have a function, let's say hello. And let's say this will be a function just like this, and it'll say console log hello. Okay, let's try to use these values from the sign up page. So it is as easy as just going here, import the use auth store, call this, and we can destructure those values. So I'll just get the user as well as the function where we just call it as say hello. So I'll copy it, paste it, and let's try to console log it. Let's say user is here, and here is the user, and when we click to the sign up button, we would like to just call our function that says hello. Okay, so just by default, I can see user is here. That means I am able to get this value just by destructuring it, right? And I will click to this. Notice how we can get hello in the terminal. Okay, so this is the basics of ZooStand, and in this same way, we're gonna put a bunch of different states and functions, such as, sign up, login, logout, check authentication, so on and so forth. And just one more thing that I'd like to mention. So we have a user state, and we can have a setter state as well. So this is like when we do, email, set email. So it is the exact same thing, but this is global, right? So here we have a local state, using ZooStand, using use state, but here we have a global state using ZooStand. So here I can have a function, let's just say set user, and let's say this function will take a new user object, and we're gonna go ahead, set this user with it. Okay, so this would look like this, but since they are the same, we can just shorten it. Let's try to see this in action. I will say when we click this button, we would like to call this function. So let's just destructure it, call this, and I will say the name will be, let's say Bob at this time, okay? So we basically try to change this object. Let's open up the terminal. Initially it is John, it is coming from here, but if we click to this button, it should be Bob. So I just wanted to show you how you can update this state by using this setter function. Okay, so it would basically update the user state with the incoming value. Now we don't really need these. We will actually, like, we're gonna need user, but this will be null initially. We're going to fetch it later. We will have a token, and this will be null as well. And instead of using this loading state here, we would like to actually delete it and get it from the Auth store. So I'll just say import the is loading state, and it'll be here. Okay, so this will be false initially, and then we'd like to have our functions. Let's start with the register function right here. So let's say this will be an async function that we'd like to, destructure in this file. And I'll delete the console log because it is null at the moment, and we can delete this. Let's go into this file and try to start with this function. So if we want to sign up, we are going to need 3 different values, which is the username, the email, and the password. Then we'll go inside. Let's have a try catch. Let's say try catch, and maybe just before this, we can say set the loading state to be true because we are starting to do something. And here I'll just say const response because we will send a fetch request. Let's say await fetch, and I think this is the entire URL, right? Our API URL first, and then /API/auth, and then the register. Now this will be a post method. So let's say method will be post. Then we would like to say, the headers is going to be content type of application, and we are going to send the body, and we need to just stringify it. We will send the username, email, and password because this is what we are expecting in our API. Let me just double check this. In the register function, in the endpoint, we are getting email, username, and password. So we just need to pass them right here. And then depending on this response, so let's say we're going to get some data. Let's say const data await response.json, and we can say if response is not okay, we can just throw a new error. Let's say it'll be either data.message. If this is undefined, we can just say something went wrong. And then what do we want to do? So at this moment, I would like to take a look at my workflow that we had. Okay, so we just sent a request. Server side will create an account, generate a token, and it'll send us back, right? And we can get it from this, from the data, from the response. And we would like to take this token and store it on the application. And we said that we will be using something called async storage, right? And it is time to install it and try to store the token inside that. So for this, I will open up my terminal and maybe kill the mobile application. Let's make this to be entire screen. And the package name is pretty long, so I'll go ahead, copy and paste. I'll say npm install and just paste this entire thing. So it is at React Native async storage /async storage. And you can search for this in npm. So let's say npm React Native async storage. It is pretty popular, like it's been installed 1 million per week. Okay. So let's try to see how we can use this. I will run my mobile application and maybe just reload it. So once we got the data, we would like to store the token as well as the user. So I'll say await async storage, and first we need to import it. I'll go above, import it from this package. And here I'll say async storage, let's say async storage dot set item. This is going to be a key value pair. So first we are going to get the user just like this, and then we would like to say await set item. Okay, I think it should be just like this. We're going to say we would like to get the token, and we can say this will be data dot token. because this is what we return from our endpoint. Let's take a look at the auth routes. In the response, we have the token as well as the user. And we can just say, give us the data.token and data.user. So we just stored it into our async storage, and we would like to update our state with it as well. Here I'll just say, set the token with the data.token, set the user to this data.user, which is the user that is just signed up, and is loading will be false because we are done with this async operation. And then as the response, we can say return success of true out of this function. And we're going to use this. Let's make it to be one line. And in the catch, I'll just say set is loading to be false. And we can just say return success or false, and we can throw an error. Okay, so we're going to be using this success just in a second. Let's go ahead and visit the signup component and try to, just call this function and make this work. So in this handle signup function, I will say we're going to get a result by calling this register function. And let's say this will be an async function. When we call this, we can await it. And we'll just say you're going to take the username, email, and password. And we can say if result.success is not correct, so if we failed, right? In this case, we can throw an alert. So I'll just import the alert from React Native, and then I'll say alert.alert so that we can give it a title as well as a message. So the first one is title. As you can see, we'll say it'll be error, and we're going to say whatever the error is. So let's try to save this, and we're going to test this out. I will just refresh my database. We only have one user at the moment, which is John. And let's try to see this in action. Now I'll give you a spoiler alert. If you are testing this out, not with a simulator, but in your physical phone, this will fail, and I will give you the solution in a couple of minutes. So first, let's try to sign up. I will give, let's say Bob. I need to turn this off so that I can type it from my keyboard. Okay, let's say the username will be Bob Doe. And here I'll just say, okay, this is annoying. Let's say Bob Doe, just like this. Here we'll go ahead, put the email to be bobdoe@, and I don't know why, but I cannot get the @ in this keyboard. So I'll just put it like this, @gmail.com. And let's put the password. I'll put 123. It should give me an error. Okay, here we go. We just got this from our API. That means everything is working as expected. So if we try to not pass this, it should say, please fill all the fields, right? This is the exact error that we are returning in the auth routes. So this is that message that we just got. And now let's try to put everything and try to sign up. I'll say 4 or 5. Oops, let's say from 1 to 6. Sign up. Okay, looks like we just signed up. Let's take a look at the database. I'll refresh. So here we go. Now we have 2 different documents. This is Bob that has just been created. Now that means we can sign up successfully without any problems. And now if you are testing this out in your physical phone, it is not going to work. And I don't know if you can tell the reason, but it is pretty obvious. We are sending a request to the localhost, which means to the current machine. And if you are testing this out in your phone, localhost means your physical phone, but the server is not running on your physical phone. It is running on your laptop, right? Since my simulator and my server is running on the same machine, the localhost means this machine. So I hope this makes sense at this point. And the solution is to go ahead and deploy this API so that we can send the request from our physical phone, and it would work without any problems. This is what we're going to be doing just in a second. What I'd like to update, Here we have username, but this looks like a full name placeholder. I would like to go into the signup.jsx, save this file, and let's try to update it. For the username input, let's say this will be something like this so that we can give a proper hint to the user. Okay, so with this in mind, in the next section, we are going to deploy our API. So I just said I'll see you in the next section, but I'd like to just take a moment and try to explain how this all works so that you can see the entire workflow without getting confused. So everything starts when you click to this button, right? We are calling this handle signup, which is an async function, and we are calling this register function that is coming from the Auth store. We are passing our username, email, and password. And what we do here is just send a request to our endpoint with the method being post, headers of content type application JSON, because we are sending some JSON data, right? Which is our personal information. And then if everything done successfully, we are storing this in our async storage, as well as updating our state. Then we'll just either return success of true or false. If it is false, we are going to show the error to the user. And now that we have logged in, we can, just get the user in the terminal. Let's say this is the user object that we have, and also let's get the token. So we should be able to have a token in our mobile application. Let's save this, open up our terminal. Here we go. This is the token that we just have, and this is the user information. So this is the entire workflow. I hope that makes sense. Depending on the error case, we are throwing something to the user. And later in the video, we'll be using this token for the future requests. So when we want to create a post or when we want to delete something, we'll be using this token. Okay, so with this in mind, let's move on with the next section. So now it is time to deploy our API. Currently, I am using the simulator, so I don't really have any errors, but if you are using your physical phone, you will have the issue that I have mentioned in the previous section, where you can't really send requests. So to be able to get rid of this error, I'll try to show you how we can deploy the API. So first things first, just keep this in mind. We are going to be using a platform called render.com. I already have an account, and this is like they have a free plan. We don't really need to pay anything to get started with. So just go ahead and sign up. Once you do so, we're going to go ahead and create a repository. So here I am in my GitHub account, and for the name, we can just come up with anything. I'll just say React Native Bookworm, and I will make this private at the moment. So let's say create the repository. If you really want to, you can go with public. It is not really that much important. Okay, now we are going to go into the backend folder and create this .getignore, let's say getignore file. And okay, I have a typo. There we go. We just got the highlighting, and I would like to ignore this .env from the git so that we don't really push our environment variables to the GitHub. And then I would like to ignore the node modules. Now let's go and open up our terminal. I'll just say Command J. Let's kill everything that we have so far. I will cd into the backend, and I would like to initialize this as a Git repo. I will only push this to my GitHub account because this is the only thing that we would like to deploy. So here I'll just say git init. It's been initialized. As we can tell, they have been ignored. They are grayed out. And let's say git add all, git commit -m, and let me shrink the left hand side. So let's say initial commit. And then we would like to get this 3 lines. I'll copy it, paste it into my terminal, and run this. Now let's refresh. We just got our code that is running on this repo. Now let's try to deploy this. We're going to go into the render, and let's say in the dashboard, okay, we are here. We would like to deploy a web service. I'll click to this, and we're going to get this repo that we have that has just been added a second ago. So we can leave the name, everything as it is. like it's gonna be default, and then the build as well as the start command. So for the build command, what do we really want to do? As soon as they got this repository, they need to have the node modules. So they just need to run npm install, right? And then for the start command, we can just say npm run start. So this is the script that we have, I believe, under the package.json. So even though we didn't add that, we can just say, if you want to start this application, you should run the source and index.js file, right? Okay, so this is the exact same thing, but instead of nodemon, we are going to run it with node. And then we will select the free plan. So just leave everything as it is. We are just adding a build command, which is to install all the dependencies. And to start our application, we will run the index.js file. Select the free plan, and this has a disadvantage. It is that this will go inactive whenever you don't really use it. So every 15 minutes, if you don't send any requests, it'll go inactive. And that means after it goes inactive, when you send a request, it'll take around 1 minute until it boot up. And I will show you the solution, how we can make it work every single second. So for now, let's select free, and let's add our environment variables. So I'll just, kill my terminal and delete these spaces, copy everything, and say add from a .env file. So here I'll just add the variables. So we got the port, Mongo URI, secret, and everything, right? Here I would like to say deploy the web service. So hopefully this will go ahead and deploy it without any problems. So let's just see if we will have any issues, or now it is running the npm install. And then it'll run the index.js file. Let's wait. Okay, so here we go. It says build successful, deploying, and it should be alive just in a second. So it just said running the index.js file, and here we go. Our service is live. It is running on this port and database connected. Now you can basically copy this and go into your VS Code. Let's save this file as well. We're going to go into the Auth store. So what we had here was the localhost, right? You can delete this and replace it with this entire URL that we have. So in your case, this might be a little bit different, but you get the point. You're going to copy it and paste it right here. And if you try to test this out in your physical phone, it should work out. So this is actually what I'll be doing. I'll just open up my camera and show you that this is actually working. I will save and let me grab my phone. So here I just open up my camera. Let me try to open up the terminal because I need to scan this QR code. Let's wait for a second. I'll go here. Let's say cd into the mobile, npx expo. And then I would like to, scan a QR code. Let's go right here. So at the moment I am scanning it. Wait a second. Okay, so this is being started. Let me open up the camera. Here we go. This is the application. So I will just click to the sign up link. So I am in the sign up page, as you can tell. First, I will try this with the, localhost so that I can show that the problem. Let me just do Control Z. We have localhost, and I'll try to pretty quickly sign up. So I'll just say username is Jane Doe, and add an email. Let's say janedoe@gmail.com, and let's put a password. I'll say 123, and if you just put 123, it is not even working, right? It says network, let me just see, network request failed. And even if you put the correct password, right, if you put 456, it will still give you the exact same error because, as you can tell, the API is not running on our physical phone. So I'll just do Control Z. Oops. let me just put this URL. Okay, I'll save and let's try to send this request once again. So I'll just say sign up. Okay, so we just had the loading state. We didn't really got any errors. So let's go back into our database. We should be able to see this account called Jane. Okay, so we have 3 results, and this is the Jane that has just been created. Now that means if you are using your physical phone, you can still make this work because we have this API that has been deployed. And the problem that I was talking about was the API getting inactive, because Render gives you a free plan, but they cannot really give you the API to be running all the time, right? This is not really fair. It is free plan, so it'll just go, it'll spin down with inactivity, and which will cause some delays. And to be able to fix this, we're gonna use something called cron jobs, and I'll explain this in the next section. So currently we have our API that is up and running on render.com for free. We don't really have any issues. The only thing that it goes inactive every 15 minutes. And this causes delays for your next requests. And to be able to fix this, we are going to just send a request every 14 minutes. So just it's about to get inactive, we'll just say, hey, here you go, you have a new request, please don't go inactive, we need you, right? So this is the logic, and here you can see we have some scheduled tasks, right? Every 14 minutes we would like to do something. Now we can't really just open up our browser and every 14 minutes send a request. This is not something that we can do, but instead we can make it to be programmatic. And for this we're going to be using something called cron jobs. So let's go ahead and see this in action. I would like to close maybe everything, then go under the backend, open up my terminal as well. Under the backend, I will just clear this up. Oops, let's say Command K. Why this is not clearing this out? Let's say clear. Okay, so I will get this package. Let's say npm install cron. And I would like to create a file, maybe under the lib, we can say cron.js, and I will provide this file to you. So it's around 30 lines of code, where the most of it is comment, and this is how easy it is. And now I'll try to walk you through it. So first things first, let's take a look at the explanation. Cron jobs are scheduled tasks that run periodically at fixed intervals. And in our case, we would like to send one GET request for every 14 minutes, right? This is our the interval, right? Every 14 minutes. And how do we define a schedule? So basically, we define it with a cron expression, which consists of 5 fields. So this is how they build it. So I have, I think, like 5 to 6 different examples. And here is how we can do like every 14 minutes. And by the way, I just said we have 5 different fields. And like what are they, right? The first one is minute, the other one is hour, day of the month, and day of the week. So with this structure, you can basically create any kind of schedule. And this is every 14 minutes. This is at midnight on every Sunday. You can take a look at it, how that works. But here are some examples that I have just provided. Initially, it might look a little bit complicated, but if you actually pause the video and take a look at it, it's pretty basic to understand. Okay, so here is how we are doing it. We are importing cron as well as the HTTPS modules. Then we are just creating this job. We say new cron job, and this is our schedule, which is every 14 minutes. And here is the function that we're going to run. We are going to send a GET request to our API URL, which will be like whatever we have here. So we are going to, instead of putting it like this, we're going to make this to be an environment variable, which will be API URL. Then if we got a response without any problem, we'll just put a console log, but else we'll just put another console log with the failed status. And on error, we can, just put this part. The only important thing here is this part where we sent a GET request in every 14 minutes. But how do we run this file? Well, basically in index.js, we're going to import this job. And then right here, we'll just say job.start. Okay, now we would like to deploy this once again. And how can we do this? We'll just add one more commit. Let's say git add all and make sure you're under the backend. Let's say git commit -m. Let's say CRON added, maybe cron.js added. And then we can just say, git push. So this will be pushed to our GitHub account. Here we go. And render will see this change immediately, and it'll try to redeploy it with the latest changes. Now with this in mind, once this is ready, it should send requests in every 14 minutes. And that means your API will never get idle, right? So it'll never spin down with inactivity. Okay, so it is building and it'll just deploy it. And from here on out, you can watch this video without your API ever getting inactive. So let's wait for this to, go live without any problems. Okay, our service is live and database should be connected too. So even though we cannot see the console log, but I think it is, database has just been connected. Okay, here we go. If we just refresh that, you should be able to see it. But there is one more thing that we need to fix. So we have this API URL environment variable, and we need to add this. So I will copy my, API URL. Let's copy it. We'll go under the environment settings. Let's go environment, and we would like to add one more thing. Let's say edit. This will be new variable. Let's say API underscore URL. And this is our value. So once we add this, we would like to just say save, rebuild, and deploy. And if we take a look at our dashboard, it should redeploy it, I believe. Let's refresh. Okay, so it is redeploying with the latest change. So in every 14 minutes, it'll go ahead and send a request to our actual API URL. Okay, so let's just make sure that this is working as well. This is in progress and it should be live just in a second. So it has just been deployed, server is running, and database connected. Okay, so with that, I think that's gonna be it for the cron jobs as well. This is not a concept that is specific to this project, but basically you would use it in almost every big project. And yeah, this is one of those concepts that you should really keep in mind in your toolbox. So just a quick pause. While I was editing this video, I have realized in my backend terminal, I have a connection refused error message. So probably you have seen this as well. Now let's try to fix it and understand what is the reason. So basically in our cron jobs, we have this API URL, but locally this is equal to undefined, right? Because we have never defined it. So let's go ahead and add this. Since this is undefined at the moment, it is trying to send a GET request to an undefined domain, right? And here it says we don't really have that undefined domain, so connection refused. This is what exactly happening locally. So what I'd like to do, just go ahead, add this API URL. I will copy my URL. You should do the same thing, and we will paste it right here. And then let's save this file or the index.js, doesn't really matter. Our server will restart, and here we can see now we don't really have any errors. That was happening previously. And if you are going to be using a simulator just like me, right? I have my simulator running. If you have your simulator, then you can really just delete this line and save the index.js. But if you are using your physical phone, then you would like to have this open, right? You don't really want to delete this. So that the cron jobs are working properly. Okay, So now that we have the API URL, everything should be working as expected, and we can move on with the tutorial. So just in the previous section, we have deployed our API, and now we are consuming it in Auth store file, right? This is our API that we are sending requests, and it is live on the internet. But now what I'd like to do is actually change this with localhost. It is because I am running my simulator, right? It works with localhost in simulator, but it would not work if you are using your physical phone, right? So you should keep this as it is if you are using your physical phone. But here I'll just change this to be localhost because like I am running the simulator and there is no need to consume that API. Okay, let's save. This should be working as expected. Now what I'd like to do, just go ahead and create one more function that will allow us to check the authentication state. Because now think about it, let's go into the home screen, I'll say index. So right here, let's try to import use auth store, call this. This would give us the, user and token. Let's try to import it from, I think it should be like this. Okay, now if we try to show, user and token, I think we are gonna get null. Let's, by the way, run the backend. So let's say R reload this application. So here we can see user is null and token is null, but actually we just signed up, right? It means we are authenticated, but these values are null. It is because whenever we reload our application, this state starts from scratch, which gives us the user as null and token as null. So we would like to actually get the value if we have it in our async storage. So let me show you what I mean. So I'll just go ahead and say CheckAuth. And now before we implement this, I would like to sign up from scratch. Let's say we are going to have an account. I don't know, let's just try to come up with a username. I'll just say Beth Doe, let's say. And here I'll just say Beth Doe, and I need to get this @ symbol like this. gmail.com, and I'll put from 1 to 6. Let's sign up. Looks like it has just been added to the database. Let's see. Okay, we have 4 different users. The very last one is Beth Doe. This has just been created. Now, if we take a look at the terminal, we can see the user as well as the token. But if we reload our application, looks like it is gone, right? And let's say do not save this. But it is actually stored in the async storage. And this is that function that we would like to use to get the user info. So here I'll just try to implement this function. This is an async function. Let's say try and catch. Here I'll just say const token. We are going to grab it from the async storage. So just like this, let's do the same thing for the user. But now user is stored as a JSON, right? So I'll just say user JSON, and we would like to parse it. So I'll say const user, we'll say if user JSON, we would like to JSON.parse, otherwise it'll just be null. And then we can set the token as well as the user state. In the catch, I'll just say console log, let's say auth check failed. Okay, now let's save and try to call this function in the index.jsx. So here I'll just say use effect. Whenever we start our application, we would like to run this use effect where we would like to call the CheckAuth function. And this is going to be coming from here. Okay, so I'll just save, open up my terminal, and I'll just reload my application. So as you can see, initially it was null for a split second, but once our function runs, it will grab these values, right, from the async storage, and it'll set the state. Now we can immediately see this, and we can update our UI to say something like hello user.username, and I'll say only if user is here, right? If it is not undefined, we would like to see the username, and I will duplicate this. I'll say token say token. Okay, so this basically verifies that this user is authenticated at the moment. And what I'd like to do, also add a button to be able to log out. So I'll just say touchable opacity. So this is for testing purposes. We are not going to put the logout here, but just to implement this at the moment. So here we'll have a text that says logout. Let's import this from React Native, and on press we would like to call a function called logout, which will be coming from our store. So let's say logout. Let's save. Now when we click to this, currently nothing happens because we don't have this function. And if you would like to, you can implement it. It is really basic. So let's say logout. It will be an async function. All we want to do is just delete the user from the async storage and then update our state. So here I'll just go ahead and say await async storage remove item, the token as well as the user, and then update my state. So let's save. I will click to this button, and as soon as I click, the UI should be updated. So as we can tell, now user is not here and there is no token. That means we have just logged out. So in the same way, we can go ahead and implement the login function. So once again, you can pause the video and take this as a challenge. I'll go ahead and not cry, but try to create this login function. Why would I cry at this point? Let's say async, I'll just get the email and let's say password. When we want to log in, this is the credentials that we are asking, right? So let's say this will be an async arrow function, and let's try to implement it. So first things first, I'll just update my loading state so that I can show a spinner right here. Then I'll go ahead and say try and catch, and here we'd like to send a request, let's say fetch, to our endpoint, which is localhost 3000 API auth login. So once again, if you're not using localhost, update this URL with your actual deployed URL, right? Okay, this will give us a response. Let's say const and assign it to this response variable. We would like to say method will be post. So let's just type this out. Method will be post, headers, content type of application JSON, and then body will be stringified, where we send the email and password. Then we're going to get a data back, right? So let's say const data await response.json. If response is not okay, we can do the same thing that we have done previously. And then we would like to update our async storage. We're going to get the data.user and data.token. So this is what we are sending from the API, right? Let's just double check this once again. In the login function, right here in the response, we send token as well as the user. Okay, and finally, we would like to update our state with these values. And maybe we can say, just like previously, success of true, we'll be using that value. And here, update the loading state, success of false. Then we will save this, go back to the login screen, which was the index under the auth. And to be able to open this up, I press Command P and then just search for the file. Okay, so here we would like to call that function. So once again, instead of having this loading state, I will delete this and instead grab this from the auth store. So just like this, let's try to import it manually. So I'll say import my auth store from this location. So we got the loading state, user, and login. When we call this function, let's make this to be an async function. Then here I'll just say we're gonna grab a result when we call the login function, and we're gonna pass the email as well as the password. Then if result is not done successfully, we can import the alert and show an error alert. So let's try to log in with the latest account that we have just created, which was Beth Doe. And once again, it is really annoying, but I need to get this, otherwise I cannot type it here. So gmail.com. I'll put the wrong password, which is 123, the correct one from 1 to 6. Let's log in. Here we go, invalid credentials. I'll put the correct password, but put the wrong email. Let's say pathdo1. So invalid credentials. Let's put the correct one. Now we are just logged in, because if we take a look at the terminal, we can get the user as well as the token, right? Here we go. Pathdo has just logged in. Okay, perfect. Everything is working as expected. And I think we don't really need this user field. This state, I'll just cut this and save this file. And we don't really want to save our password. So with this, we have just implemented login, logout, as well as the CheckAuth functions. But now there's an issue. As you have realized, we just logged in, but we are still in the login page. This is not really what we would like to have. As soon as we log in, we would like to be navigated to the home screen. So this is what we're going to do next. So let's implement automatic navigation. Now previously, I have told you that we are not going to need this home screen, right? So this is just for testing purposes. At the end of the day, we would like to have 3 different tabs where we have this home tab, the create tab, as well as the profile tab, right? We don't really want to have this home placeholder file. So I will go ahead and actually delete it, which is this current file that we have. So we're going to call this function later in the video in a different component. So for now, we can basically just delete everything and even delete the file completely. So let's do so. Okay, now our entry point is the login screen, right? Because this is the only index file that we have at the moment. So let's just try to even reload this. I'll just press R. Now by default, we are here in the login screen. We can still go into the sign up and we can go back to the login screen. But now in the root layout right here, we would like to, do some navigations, right? If we are authenticated, we would like to take the user immediately to the home tab. And to be able to implement that, first we need to create this tab. So I'll just go ahead and try to create this tab navigator. And for this, there is a special folder called tabs, and you need to wrap this with brackets. So we're going to have 3 different tabs: home, create, and profile. The home will be index because it is the entry point. So I'll say index.jsx, and then we will have create.jsx, not JS, but let's say JSX. Then the profile.jsx, let's say RNF. And just make this to be uppercase. I'll say profile screen or maybe tab. Let's do the same thing for this one. I'll say create. Here, let's just say tab. And let's do the same thing for this one. So here I'll just say home. Let's say tab. Okay, now on top of this, we would like to have a layout file, and we will implement a lot of different things here. Let's say layout.jsx. So this is the file that will allow us to, customize this, add our icons such as home, add and user icon, and we will be able to change these colors and implement the entire styling thanks to this file. So this layout. Let me just shrink the left-hand side. I'll say, let's say RNF, get this tab layout. Okay, let's try to give a little bit space and save this file. So in this layout file, instead of returning a view, we would like to actually return a component called tabs. So I'll just say tabs, and this should be coming from, I believe, Expo router, not React Native. So let's say tabs, and we will just delete the unused imports. So here we will add a bunch of different options just in a little bit. But for now, let's say we are going to have this tabs.screen. Name will be index, which is the home tab. And let's duplicate this. We are going to have the create, and this should match with the file name because this is what we have. And then for the profile, let's say we are going to get the profile tab as well. I will duplicate this. Let's say profile. Oops, it should be lowercase. Okay, let's save it. Currently, we are not going to see anything, even though we are logged in, right? Let's just say R. We have a bunch of warnings, but we are going to fix it. this warning is coming from the root layout. Here we say we will have the index, but this is now going to be tabs, right? Because we have an auth folder as well as a tabs folder, and specifically they are routes. So that's why we need to make sure that it is matching. Let's save and open up the terminal, reload. Now we don't really have any warnings. But the thing is, we are logged in, right? But we are still in the login screen. Let's handle the automatic navigation in this root layout. So for this, I will get the router from Expo. And there is one more thing called segments. So let's say use segments, and we are going to see what that is. Basically, this will give you which route that you are in. So let's say console log, and let's say segments, and just try to console log it. Okay, so currently we are in the auth segment, specifically in the login, right? Since this is called as index file, we just see auth itself. If we go into the signup, we're gonna see that these are our segments, right? Auth and then signup. So by using this, we can decide user is in which route. Okay, now let's try to delete this console log. I will get my CheckAuth function from the use auth store. Let's try to import it. Just like this, and we're gonna get that function. Let's say check auth, and we're gonna get the user as well as the token because we'll be using that. So first things first, let's go ahead and as soon as we start our application, inside a use effect, we are going to call this function that will check for the authentication and it'll update our states, right? And then I will have one more use effect. Let's say use effect, initialize it like this, and let me put a comment above. So let's say this will handle the navigation based on the auth state. Okay, and we would like to run this use effect whenever the user changes or token changes or the segments changes, right? If any of them changes, we would like to run this use effect. And let's just have a variable. I'll just give a little bit of space. Let's say const in auth screen. So we can decide if user is in the auth screen by adding this, right? If segments includes the auth, that means user in the auth screen, either in signup or login. Then we can check if user is signed in or not. So I'll say signed in. We'll say if we have the user value and token, that means user is authenticated. Then what do we want to do? Just have an if check. I'll say if user is not signed in, and if they are not in the auth screen, that means they should be taken to the authentication page, right? And specifically, I'll just take them to the login page, just like this. And I will duplicate this. Let's say else if they are signed in and if they are in the auth screen. So if they are signed in, they shouldn't be in the auth screen, right? We should take them to the tabs. And I think we forgot to add these slashes. So right here. And as you can see, this is type safe, right? It is working out of the box. So let's save. Hopefully this should take us immediately to the home screen, right? Because it just sees that, it just so that we are authenticated, and it take us to the home screen, to the home tab, right? I'll just try to reload it. Okay, so for a split second, we are in the login page, but then we are navigated to right here. Okay, so we have some bad UI. Let's try to fix it by going to the tabs screen. Now we just make sure that the navigation is working without any issues. And I hope this makes sense at this point. We just deleted the index file because we didn't really need it. And we take that logic, put it here. And on top of it, we have added, this navigation logic, right? We are calling this function. Once we check for the authentication, these will change and one of these if checks will run. And here we go, it is working. We are in the home tab. So let's try to update these icons. Currently, if I click to this, UI updates, but icon looks really bad. We don't really have anything. So I'll go and take a look at my notes so that I can give you the best result. So first things first, I'll go ahead and just add some screen options into here. So let's say screen options, this will take an object, and let's first say header shown will be false so that we don't really see this header. And then I would like to add an icon for every single tab screen, or I should say tab option, right? So how can we make this work? Well, basically there is this field called options, and we would like to get an icon. First, let's update the title. So I'll just say the title will be home. So here we can see we have just updated that. We can do the same thing for this one. Say create, and it's been updated. Let's do the same thing for this one. I'll say profile. Okay, now we'd like to update the logos. Here, still under the options, we'll say tab bar icon, which is a function. We are going to call it like this, and we'd like to return an ion icon. So let's say ion icons. I think it should be like this. We will import it. Then this gives you an object where you can destructure the color as well as the size. And there's also something called focused, but we are not going to be using that state. So let's try to import this ion icons. I will grab this from Expo, and the first one is the home icon. So I'll just go right here. Let's say the name will be home-outline. Let's save. Here we can see, but it is really small, right? So if we go ahead and try to add this size, let's say size, now it is just a lot larger, and I think this makes, like, this looks better. And then we can change the color. So currently if I focus in, this is like blue, right? And I'll say color and put the default color, which will be this blue one, right? But now I would like to change this color to match with my actual theme. We are going to do it in this parent screen options just in a second. For now, let's try to add the other icons. So here I will basically copy this, put it right here, and then here all we have to do, just change the name of the icons. So this will be person outline for the profile. Let's save. It's been updated, and here it will be add circle outline. Okay, here we go. UI is being updated as soon as we click to them. So this is how easy it is to update your tab navigator. Now here we'll have a bunch of different options that I'd like to give you one by one. So we would like to change the active tint color, which will be coming from colors. So this is what we have. And then let's try to get, oops, wait, I bring the wrong one, so I'll just delete that. Let's say this will be colors from the constants. Okay, this is the correct path. Let's save. This is the green theme that I'm using. Now we can change the, header title style. So I'll just paste this in, header title style. We update the color as well as the font weight. I'll save. So there's a subtle change, I believe, if I delete it. So it looks like nothing changes. But I thought this would change anything. Okay, I'll just still leave it here, just in case if you would like to change it. On top of this, I'll just say header shadow visible, and I'll just say false. This is a tiny detail, but we would like to remove it. And finally, we'll have a bunch of different options. Maybe I'll just put it right here. Okay, at the bottom. Let's say tab bar style. So I will just change the background color, which will be color dot, I think it'll be card background. Let's save. Here we can see the background has changed and it is matching with the rest of the screen, right? And then I would like to add a couple of different styles. Instead of typing this out, I'll just get them one by one. Let's say border top width will be 1. Top color, we will just update it to be this border green color. And then padding top, let's say this will be 5. And let's save. Okay, it has just been updated. Let's say height will be, let's just go with 60. Now this will crash, right? It is not in the safe area view. And to be able to fix it, we are going to do the same trick that we have done. We will get this hook, which will give us the insets, and we will say 60 plus insets the bottom. So it'll just make sure that it is always in the view. And the very last thing that I'd like to add will be, let's say, padding bottom. Let's say insets the bottom. Okay, does this change anything? I'll delete it, save. So it looks like it doesn't, but I'll just have it right here because in my notes I have it. I'd like to just be consistent. But there we go. This is the entire styles that we're gonna need for the parent tabs component. So let's quickly save this file and reiterate what we have done in this section. I'll just close everything. So we have deleted the index file that we had in the root. Instead, we put our tabs. And in this layout, we call the CheckAuth function to check for the authentication and get our states. And we handle the navigation. Then we have created our tabs, which has a layout file that setups the tabs. And then we have 3 different screens, which are home, create, and profile. The content of each is empty. And in the next sections, we'd like to actually build the UI. And we're going to build these tabs in the incoming sections. And I don't know why, but we have an error in the node modules. I think this is a bug that we have in VS Code. To fix it, I generally press Command-Shift-P, and then I just say reload the window. Now we should be able to get rid of that error. Okay, so with this in mind, I'll see you in the next section. Now we have 3 different screens to build, which are home, create, and profile. We're going to start with the create screen. That is going to look like this. So once we have built this, it'll be really easy for us to build the home screen as well as the profile screen. All we have to do is just go ahead, fetch the data and display it. And on top of fetching the data, we will add this function where we can delete a post. But first we'll start with the create screen. So let's try to open up our VS Code, and I will visit mobile app and the create tab. So here, what we want to do is just first get a couple of different states. So for the book title, let's say the caption, the rating, and book image. Then we can have some loading states as well. Okay, so I'll go ahead and instead of typing all this out, I will copy everything and paste it. Then I'll say import the use state. Okay, so we have a title, caption, rating, that is a default value of 3. We have the image, so we are going to have this state so that when we select an image, we can display it right here. So I can just add a comment, let's say to display it, let's say to display the selected image. So this is the reason that we are having this state, and we are going to see this in a couple of minutes. And then we have something called image base 64. I will get into it in a second. Then we have a loading state that we're going to be using. Now what's up with this base 64? So I have a quick description that I have prepared. Okay, so let's read it and then I'll try to explain. So base 64 is a way to turn images into text so that they can be easily sent over the internet, right? So it is a way to turn images into a text. So this is exactly what we'll be doing. So it is like translating a picture into words that computers can send in messages. Okay, so just an example, we have this image and we are going to, just take this and turn it into a string. Now, why this is the case? Because we would like to store the image as a string, and we are going to send this in our body when we send the fetch request. So I promise this will make sense, but all you have to understand, this is just a way to turn images into text so that computers can send this in messages, right? And this is a way of, send the data over the internet, especially for images. Okay, so we will be using this state for this reason, and let's try to create a couple of different functions. And maybe first I'll get the router, because we'll be using this. Let's say use router, and we should import it from Expo. Okay, then I'll have a function. For now, let's just say pick image, and we will leave this as an empty function. And let's even mark this as async. Then we will have one more function. I'll just duplicate this. This will be async as well. Let's say handle submit. Okay, so with this in mind, let's try to build the UI, which is going to be looking like this. So we have a card, right? This is our entire card. We have a header section, a title, rating, an image component, as well as a caption. And below to this caption, we will have a button. So, okay, it should be like this. So just after the caption, we will have a button that says, share your recommendation. Okay, so with this in mind, let's try to build the UI, and then we will implement it. So I would like to import my styles. So let's say styles from the create styles that we have. This is the correct path. And I would like to wrap everything with a keyboard avoiding view, so that we don't really get that issue where the keyboard is overflowing with the content, right? So I will get the style as well as the behavior, just like what we have done previously, and we need to import the platform. So let's save. Now, of course, this is not going to work because we need to import it. Okay, then let's go visit create, and instead of having a text, I would like to create a view, but specifically a scroll view. So this is a component that we have in React Native, and the reason is, we are using scroll view because we should be able to scroll after the caption, right? Below to the caption, we have this button. So we should be able to scroll through this screen. Okay, let's say scroll view. This is gonna get a couple of different styles. And instead of typing this out, I think I can just provide it just like this. We are just adding some CSS styling. And then we will have our parent view, which will take the styles of card, just like that. Then we would like to have the header component. So let me show you this. Okay, so it is this part that we will add. We have just two different text. So instead of typing this out, I will go ahead and grab this, put it right here. Let's save. Okay, so this is what we have. Then below to this header, let's give a little bit space. We would like to have our form. So I'll just say view style of styles. Oops, let's say styles.form, not container, but this is the class that we have. Then we would like to add the book title. Okay, so we have a label, an icon, and then the text input. So once again, instead of typing this out, I will provide this to you just like this. Let me save. So this is what we have just copied and pasted. Okay, so this entire view. Let's import the icons as well as the text input. So for this, I think I need to go above and do it manually. I'll just save and get the colors as well from constants. Okay, so this is what we have. It is working properly. So after the book title, we would like to add the rating. So here I'll just say rating, and I'll have a view. Let's say style will be styles form group. And first we will have our text. So let's say your rating. Now this component will be a little bit tricky because we're going to display five different stars. And when we click to this one, let's say, this one is also will be filled, right? So it'll be like 5 stars. And if we click to this one, only this will be filled. The rest would be looking like this. So to be able to implement this, I will create a function, and here just after the text, I will say, go ahead and render rating picker. So this is a function that we'll just call, and let's try to create it above. So this will look a little bit weird if you have never used something like this, but at the end of the day, it is a basic concept. So let's save, and I think we need to import this button, the touchable opacity, and take a look at it. Okay, so like if we click it, it is working, and let's try to see how that works. We have an array of stars that we are going to fill in, and we will display it. So we say we would like to run this for loop 5 times, and every single time we're going to add a button into the array. And this, like every one of them, is a button. When we click to them, we would like to update the rating with it. So currently I just click to this, rating is 1. I click to this, rating is 3. And then here we just check if I is less than or equal to rating, the rest of it would be filled, right? So if I just press the 5, now everything has been filled. So this is a piece of code that I cannot explain, but you can understand by yourself. And it is not really that important if you think about it. It is just this way of storing this state, right? It just updates the state. So currently it is 5, it is 1, so on and so forth. Okay, so I think we can even take this function and put it into a different file, but just to keep it simple, I'll just leave it here. Okay, so let's go ahead sharing this rating as well. Below to the rating, we would like to have the image, right? That is going to look like this. So this will also be a little bit tricky. So let's try to type this out. I will get my simulator on the right. Okay, just like this. Let's say we'll have a view. The style for this, once again, will be form group. And then we will have the text. Let me grab this from my notes. Okay, let's save it. This is the label. And then below to it, we're going to have a touchable opacity. Just like this. Let's turn this off and format this a little bit. So we have a style, as well as when we press to it, we are going to call our function, which does nothing at the moment. And what do we want to do? So first, we would like to display this kind of a placeholder. But once there's an image selected, we would like to preview it, right? So we have like conditional rendering depending on this state. So here I'll go ahead and try to do it. I'll say if we have an image, we would like to display that image. But if we don't have that image, we would like to display this placeholder. Let's first add this part where I would like to grab this. And I think we need to add this part so that we can get this formatted code. Okay, so let me give you the entire screen. Let me just save. If we have an image, we are going to see that image with the image URI, which is our source. And in the else case, we are going to see this image icon, and we will see this text. So it is exactly what you see here. Okay, so let's take a moment and try to implement this pick image function. So here, let me just put it like this. We're gonna go above and try to build this one. So I will go into this function and let's have a try catch. So first thing we would like to do, when they click to here, we would like to ask for the permission. So we'll just say, can we access your media library, right? Can we access your images that you have right here? So when they first visit the application, we will ask it, and here's how we can do it. We will say, let me save this and show you the entire line. So we're gonna request for the permission if needed. We will say if you are not in the web platform, right? If you are not on web, if you are on your physical device or in your simulator, we would like to run this image picker request media library permissions async function. And if status is not equal to granted, we will say permission denied. We need camera roll permissions to upload an image. And then we'll just return out of this function. So let's import the alert, which is coming from React Native right here, as you can see above. And for this image picker import, we need to go ahead and grab this from Expo. So I will just put it like this, where we have Expo image picker package. But looks like we didn't install it, and this doesn't come out of the box. So we need to go ahead, kill our mobile application. I will say npx expo install and then put this name, which is expo-image picker. So this will go ahead and install it hopefully, and let's say npx expo. Then I will reload my application. Now let's try to see this in action. When I clicked it, so it looks like it didn't ask for the permission. So let's see. It's because I have run this simulator previously as well, right? So I have used this in a previous tutorial. I think it just knows that I am always giving the access. So let me actually get the status. Let's say status and console log it right here. I will press. So it looks like it is granted, right? And that's why it doesn't really hit this if check. So we can move on. I will delete the status. Oops, let's just make it like this. And after this if check, we would like to do something else, where we would like to launch the image library. So here I'll go below and I'll say const result, where we would like to say await image picker.launch image library. And then this is gonna take an object where we would like to say the media types that we are allowing will be images. If you would like to get the videos as well, you would wrap this with an array, I believe. Then you would get the images and videos and live photos, so on and so forth. But I'll just go with the images. So I'll delete the array and leave it like this. And what I'd like to do, allow the user to edit it so they can crop the image. And then I would like to have an aspect ratio of 4:3. Then I would like to, just decrease the quality a bit. If you put 1, it'll be the full quality, but I'd like to just lower this a bit and even maybe a lot. So I'll just take the half of it. And let's say lower the quality for smaller base 64 representation. Okay, and then what do we want to do? Just say include the base 64 to be true. So if you hover over this, it will give you some description, and we are adding this property whether to also include the image data in base 64 format. And this is what we'd like to do, right? Then we'll say if result is not being cancelled, let's say not cancelled, we would like to go here and just say set the image with result dot assets, which is an array. We would like to get the first object, and then dot URI. So here, if you would like to console log the result, you can do so. Let's just say result, and maybe we could say something like this. Result is here. Okay, I'll save, and I think I forgot to import the image as well. So I'll just grab it from React Native. You can use the Expo image as well. This is what I'll be going with in this scenario. Okay, now let's try to test this out. I will click to this. Here we go. It just launched our image library, and I will select this one. And these are the images that I have uploaded, by the way, so that we can just have it, like we can have something here. So let's go ahead, click to this. So since we said allows editing is true, we can basically edit this. If it was false, we couldn't really do it. And this is the aspect ratio 4:3. Let's say choose. Here we go. This has been chosen, right? Because we just updated our image state. And then let's open up the terminal. So can you see this is a huge string, which is base 64 format. So here I just said result is here. We have this assets object that we are trying to get, which is an array. We take the first object, and here is everything about this image. And this is the base 64 because we have included. And we'll be using this actually just in a couple of minutes. So let's shrink this. Now that we can display the image, what do we want to do else? Let's just go ahead, delete this result. And I would like to say if base 64 is provided, let's use it, right? Let's say use it. I will say if and grab this thing. We basically did the same thing but grab the base64, and then we'll just set this state with it. Okay, just like this. And now in the else case, let's say it is not there, right? So here I'll just say otherwise convert to base64. This is something that we have to do because maybe in some images we are not going to get the base64 format. So I will get into this else case just in a second. For now, if we save, we should be able to have this working as exactly as it was before. And on top of it, we are adding, like we are updating this state. So to be able to convert this to base64, we are going to have 3 lines of code, I believe. So let me just paste and I will walk you through it. So we are using this file system package that we need to import just in a second. And this will do some magic. So it'll use the URI to be able to get the base64. And then we will update our state with it. So this might look complicated, I can get it, but like this is something that we need to be able to upload our images and make sure that our application works no matter what. So if this part fails, we'll go into the else section and we'll just make that work. And let's try to get this file system. So I'll just go above. Let me try to get this import. So just like this one, we'll say import everything as file system, and this is the package. Let me copy the name. We will kill our application, clear the terminal. Let's say npx expo install, and this is the file name or the package name. Okay, let's run our application once again and reload our application. Okay, so I think with this, we are done with the pick image function. We just built the try, and let's quickly build the catch case as well, the catch block. So I'll just put a console log for debugging purposes, and then I will show an error alert, just like this. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this entire function. Now on top of it, we would like to build the handle submit that will allow us to actually send this data to the server. But first, let's complete the UI. So we have just built this part, and below to it, we would like to have our caption. So let's scroll to the bottom. We have the image. Let's go right below to it. We will have the caption, which is just a text as well as a text input. Let's save. This is what we got. And here we can see, thanks to the scroll view, we can scroll through it. Okay. Finally, after this view, we are going to add a button, and I don't know if you have realized it, but in this text input, we are using multi-line that will allow us to write something in multi-line. If we delete this, it'll just be one line, as you can tell, right? So let's bring this back, and we are going to add our button. I will copy this entire thing after the caption. Okay. So we have a touchable opacity that has a style. On press, it's going to call the submit function, and this will be disabled if we are in the loading state. So if we are in the loading state, we are going to see this indicator. Let's say if this is true, we need to import it. So this is how it'll look like, right? Let's say loading, and in the else case, we are going to see the icon. Let me save. So icon on the left and text on the right. Okay, super simple UI that we have just built. We would like to build the handle submit function. So let's go above and maybe shrink this one and try to implement this entire function. So this function is going to be around 50 lines of code, and let's try to do it line by line. So first, if you would like to add some validations, as this AI suggests, we can do so on the client side as well. Here, I'll just say show an alert and just say, please fill in all the fields. And we would like to return out of this function because we just got an error, right? So I'll just say share. It will say, please fill all the fields, right? And if you would like to add the exact same validation on the server side, which you should definitely do, we should visit the book routes, and I don't know if we have it. Okay, so looks like we already have that, right? And then let's try to move on with the function. And here, I think this is not completed, right? We should also add the rating. So that's why you cannot always trust to AI. So they just forgot to add the rating, right? So title, caption, image, as well as the rating. That should be good to go. Then we can add our try catch block and try to send a request. So first I'll just say set loading to be true because we are just starting to do this operation and we would like to show a loading spinner. Then I'll get the token, so we can either use our state, the auth store, or we can just grab it right here. So I think doing it from here will just make it a little bit slower because we are waiting for this. We can use our auth store. Okay, so let's say use auth store. And grab the token. Let's go try to import it manually. And this is the correct path. Okay, so if you would like to use it like this, you can do so, but I'll be using my store. So here I just got the token. And what I'd like to do, like first, we would like to have this exact format, right? So here it says data and then colon, image, slash, and then whatever the type is. Here it is PNG, and they have this, semicolon, base64, and then the base64 representation. So we are keeping this in our state, right? It was this exact state that we have, but we need to add this part in front of it. And we don't really know the type of the image. So it is maybe PNG or maybe it is a JPEG, right? So we need to get this manually. So this is what we'll be doing. I will say get the file extension from URI or default to JPEG. Let me show you the entire line. So again, we are doing some JavaScript manipulations, but it's actually basic, like to understand the logic at least. From the image, we are getting the URI parts, then we get the file type, and then we have the image type. And if we cannot get it, we'll just say, okay, it is a JPEG by default. Then we'll like to create this exact format. And this is what I'll be doing. I'll say image data URL, here we go, data, and then image type, base64, and then our state. Okay, so I really hope this makes sense so far because I can understand this might feel a little bit overwhelming, especially for beginners, but I hope it makes sense at this point. So let's just say we would like to send a request with the fetch method. Here we would like to put our API URL. So instead of every single time going and typing like HTTP localhost 3000 API, so on and so forth, we can create a constant, right? So here I will just delete this, and in the auth store we have done the exact same thing. So here we have this entire URL and same right here. So instead I will create a folder under the mobile, let's say constants, actually we already have it, and I will say api.js. So if you would like to, you can grab this from the .env as well, but I'll just put it as a as a constant variable. So let's say export const API underscore URL, and I will say, okay, this is what we have, localhost 3000/API. If you are going to be using your deployed API, you should go ahead and grab it, but in my case, I'm using localhost. So I will save, and let's first try to update this part. Let me shrink the left-hand side. I will make this to be a dynamic string, just like this. And then I will delete this entire part, and I will get the API URL. Let's say API underscore URL. We need to import it from the constants. Let's say we should go one up. under the constants and grab it from the API. Then we'll do the exact same thing for this function. Okay, so they should be working as exactly as it was before. And now we would like to do the same thing here on this function. So I'll just get a response first. And I'll say await. Then we would like to go inside. I'll say open up this. Just paste the API URL. We need to import it from the constants. And our endpoint will be /books. So we don't need to put the /API in front of it because we already have it in the API URL. So here I'll just put the books and we'll just say this is going to be a post method. So let's say method of post, and here is one additional thing that we are going to use. Let's say headers, and it is time to use our authorization header that we have talked about it way in the back in this tutorial. So let's say authorization, and here is the exact format. So I said we will be using the bearer and then the token. And here is this token that is coming from our state. Okay, so this token will tell to the server that we are authenticated. Then we're gonna get the content type because we'll send some body. Here is that body. So we will just stringify the title, caption, the rating, as well as the base64 image. So this is what we have just created. This is the string representation of that image. Then we'll go here, let's say grab the data, paste this. Then if anything goes wrong, we can throw an error, but else we can, just show a success alert. So this is what I'll be doing. Just go right here. I'll say alert. This is the title of success, and this is the description. Then we would like to reset our state. So let me grab this 5 lines of code. Set title to be empty, caption, rating of default, and we'll just reset everything. Finally, we would like to navigate the user to the home screen. And in the catch, let's try to grab this as well. We'll show an error message. And finally, we'll say loading state will be false. So that's the entire function. Let's try to test this out. Maybe first I can show you the entire function. So we have some basic validation. Then we grab the image data URL by doing some manipulations. Then we are sending our response with the authorization header with the token so that we can tell to the server that we are authenticated. And then we're going to get a response back. Finally, we'll just reset everything, show a success message, and take the user to the home page. Okay. Let's just put them side by side. Currently in our database, we don't really have any books, right? We have 0 results. So let's try to add our very first result. So I'll just go ahead, maybe select this one. Let's say milk. I think I need to kill the keyboard so that I can type it from here. I'll say milk. Okay, what is going on? Let's say milk. Okay, this is really annoying. Let me just kill this and start it from scratch. I don't know why, but our simulator got a little bit buggy. Okay, so let's say it was milk and honey. I'll say this will be a 5 rating. Select this one. And then let's say nice. Okay, token is not valid. I don't know why this is the case. Let's try to take a look at it. Here I'll just go ahead, try to say console log the token and open up the terminal. I'll save. Okay, so even though we got the token, it says it is not valid. Let me just try to log out, maybe log in from scratch. And how can we do so? I think we should add a logout button at the moment, but we don't really have it. So I will go into the home screen, which is this one, and I will add this, let's say, touchable opacity. So on press, we would like to call our logout function. Let's import this. We have the text. So in development, you can get these kind of, bugs where it says a token is not valid. I think it's because like off camera, I sometimes do some testing to give you the best result. And maybe because of that, it says token is not valid. Maybe I logged in with a different account, so on and so forth. So we'll just reset everything. I will get the logout function, put it right here. Now we are just logged out. Let's log in as John. I think we had johndoe@gmail.com. I need to get this email. Symbol gmail.com, say 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, what is going on here? It says, let's open up the terminal. So I don't really want to cut this, like I don't want to cut out this part. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so we got invalid signature. That was the previous error. If we go into the logout function, so this is logout, right? This is what we are getting. Okay, we're actually trying to log in at the moment. Here it looks like API URL is not completely correct. Is this the case? No, this is not. It's localhost 3000/API. Okay, so here we have /API as well. That's the problem. And I'm glad that I didn't really cut this part because this is how we can debug it. Let's go into the register as well. We will delete this API part as well. Okay, let's save and delete this symbol as well and try to log in. We just logged in as John. Let's try to create something. I'll just put something here. Let's say add the image. And then let's say, nice caption. Okay, our book recommendation has been posted. Let's take a look at the database. Here we go. This is what we just got. Nice caption, 5 rating. This is the title and this is the image. And as you can see, image has been stored on Cloudinary. So I will copy this entire URL, paste it to here. Here we go. And if you would like to, you can open up your Cloudinary account and take a look at the dashboard. You should be able to see that image, but I will not be doing it because here is our proof. We just got that. Okay, so that means our image uploads are working without any problems, right? Everything is fine. So in the backend terminal, I just realized we have this 404, and I think this is coming from because of the cron jobs. So here we are trying to send a request, and it seems like we hit this, console log where it puts the status code. Now we are getting this. It is because we don't really have an endpoint in the API URL, right? So we have, let me explain. In the index.js, we have added some routes, that is /API/auth, and then for the books. But we don't really send anything when you visit our entire API URL, right? So when you visit here, you get 404, which is fine because we don't really want to have a homepage or home route. We would like to have the authentication and books. So that's why it says 404, but it is completely fine. We are only sending these requests to keep our API up and running, right? We are doing this so that it never goes inactive. So it is completely fine to get this 404. Okay, so with all this in mind, now we have the token, everything is working without any issues. In the next section, we can move on with the home page or maybe in the profile page. So let's go ahead and build the home screen, which is going to look like this. All we have to do, just fetch the books and display it on the UI. And here on this page, we would like to implement pagination. So as we scroll, we would like to fetch more and more data. So if you remember previously, we talked as in the initial load, we are going to get 5 results. And as user scrolls, we're going to get the next 5, so on and so forth. So let's keep this in mind and let's try to build the UI. We don't really need to have this logout button. That was just for testing purposes. So here I would like to get the token, we'll be using it. And then I would like to have a couple of different states that we will be using. So we are going to keep track of the books. Once we fetch them, we'll be using this state. We'll have some loading state and the refreshing state. It's because if we take this screen and, scroll to the bottom, it should restart it. Refresh it, right? So here I have an example. This is what we call the refresh control component, and we will see this in action. Then let's go here. Then we have the page. So this will keep track of in the which page that we are in. And then this will say like if we have more books to fetch or not. And initially this will be equal to true. So these are all the states that we'll be using. Let's say we will have a use effect. Let's initialize it on mount. So this will run only once when our application starts. So when we visit the home page, I should say, where we would like to call the fetch books function. And let's try to create it. I will say, let's delete this. I'll say const fetch books. Let's make this to be an async function. And this will get two different arguments. So let's say the page number, by default, this will be equal to 1. And then the refresh, so are we refreshing or not? Let's say this will be equal to false. Then we would like to have one more function. I will go ahead and say const handle load more. So as we reach to the end of the screen, it will try to call this function, right? So let's say this will be async, and we are going to put the logic just in a second. Then what do we want to do? So maybe we can start with the UI. Okay, so I would like to get my styles. Let's say import styles from the home styles. And let's build the UI first. So I will have a container div at the very top, just like this, and let's close this off. And this will have something we called flat list. So let's say flat list, because we would like to render some data. And here we'll say this is the data that we would like to render in a list. And for every single book, we would like to call this function, let's say render item, and we'll just say render item. You can call this anything like render book, or we can even pass a component. I will have this as a function we will create just above. So let's say we would like to add a couple of different things. So in React, we have something like key, right? And here we would like to add key extractor. And we are going to get the ID of each book. Then we would like to add some styles. I'll say content container style, which will be styles dot let's see what it'll be, list container. And then I'll just say show vertical scroll indicator will be equal to false. So as we scroll, I don't really want to see a scroll indicator here. So that's why I'll just say false. And then maybe we can just save this at the moment. And let's try to build this function, which is called render item. So here I'll go ahead and say const render item. Let's say this is going to be an arrow function where we would like to immediately return something. So don't put it as curly braces, but normal brackets. And here this will give us the item by default, so we can destructure it. And this item is going to be every single book that we have in this array. And now what do we want to do? Just return a view. Let's have it like this. I will get these styles. Okay, so styles.bookcard. And first we would like to have the book header. So it will be this part where we would like to display the user profile image as well as the username. Okay, so this is what we have. Let's save. I will import the image from React Native. And then we have a text where we display the username. So after the book header, we would like to go below and we would like to render the image. So I will say, this is what I'd like to add. Okay, so we have the image with a style, which is in a view, and then the content fit will be equal to cover. Let's save what we're gonna get in the UI. So why does this break? Maybe this image is coming from export router. I don't know, let's say R. Okay, use state is not defined. We need to import it. And what we have in the home screen, let's see, we cannot see anything. Why this is the case? Let's say console log the books. Okay, so it is an empty array. Seems like we cannot fetch any books. It's because we didn't implement the function, right? We cannot get really anything. So let's go into this function and try to build it. This will be a little bit long, but we can maybe just go slowly, step by step. I will have a try catch. In the try, first I'll just check if we are refreshing, right? So if we are refreshing, then we'll just say set this state to be true. And then in the else if we are not refreshing, we'll just say page number is it equal to 1. If this is the case, we would like to say set loading to be true. Now, I can understand this might not make too much sense at the moment, but once we complete this entire function and see the end result, I think this will be pretty clear. So let's say const response, we will send a request to our API URL. Let me make this to be entire screen, and this is what we will be doing. So let's get the API URL /books, and we were passing two different queries, which is the page and then the limit, right? Then here is our token to let the server know we are authenticated. And initially this will be equal to 1. And as we scroll, this will be incremented one by one. Then here, let's say we got the data. If we have any errors, display it. And then we would like to update this state. So I'll just say set books to be, data dot. Maybe I think we can just say first grab all the previous books that we have in this state, and on top of it we would like to just say all the previous books and then grab the latest one that we just got, because we are having some paginations, right? And then I will say set has more. We will say if the current page number is equal to data dot total pages. So this is something that we are returning. If you take a look at the Bookstore or the book routes. So here in the pagination route, I said we'll be sending all these because we are going to need them. And here is the moment that we are using the total pages. So we can understand if we have more books to fetch by checking this, right? If the current page is less than the total pages, that means we have more to fetch. Then we'll just say set the page to be equal to page number. Okay. I think I'll just save this. In the catch, we can put a console log. Let's say error fetching books. And finally, we'll like to, just update our state. So I will say if we are refreshing, I'll just say set refreshing to be false. And in the else case, we'll say set loading to be false, because this is what we have done in the if check as well, right? In the try block. So let's save and maybe test this out, what we're gonna get. Okay, so I'll open up my terminal, press R. This will be reloaded. We got a book. And instead of importing the image from React Native, I will import this from Expo. Say import image, not from React Native, but it should be expo-image, because the way we use this, so this is the usage that is coming from I think, yeah, the expo image. It is this one. We add the source, without URI. So it is working thanks to Expo, and here we can have content fit. So we have 2, but if we reload this, it should be 1. Then we can change the content fit. Let's say it'll be fill. This is how that look like. We can have, let's say, cover like this. And we have a bunch of different options, contain, but I think the best one in our case is cover. So this is what I'll be doing. And as you can see, as we save this, we got more and more because it is being duplicated. So we have an error that is saying that is related to keys. I think this is happening because we are just adding more and more books, and it still adds the previous IDs. So we're going to fix this. I'll just say to do, fix it later. For now, let's try to move on with the UI. We would like to render some stars, right? We would like to see how many stars this post has. I will go here, put them side by side. After this render item, I will have a function that will just render the stars. So this is what we have done previously. Basically, we have an array of stars, and we put an icon and return this as a response. So let's get the ion icons at the top. I think it should be like this. Let me grab the entire import for the icons. Okay, so this is what we got. Now let's try to call this function in our UI. And where do we want to do this? Will be in the render item. So here I will go ahead after the view, which is for the image. I will have one more view. This will be for the details. So let's say styles.book details. First, we would like to put the title under a text. Then we would like to put the stars. I will save. So we have added 5 stars for this one, and this is the title. Then we would like to put the caption. After this, maybe I can zoom out so that you can see it clearly. We got the caption, and at the very bottom, we would like to put the creation date, right? And we would like to format this, because if you take a look at the MongoDB, it is being stored in a really ugly way. To be able to make it look like this, or even better, we can create a file under the mobile. I'll just say library, and then I will have utils.js. So this will take 2 different functions. You can grab this from the source code, or you can just type this out. So we have format member since date. We are going to pass a date string. This will give us a response like this, and same for this function that will give us this format. Okay, so let's save and try to see this in action. I will go into this index.jsx, and then right after this text, I will have this entire line. As you can tell, we are just formatting the publish date. This is the date itself. Let's import the function. Okay, I just saved it, and here is what we got, right? Shared on March 14, and then the year. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the render item, but now we have this problem where we can see the same thing over and over again. So let's try to fix it now. So to be able to fix this problem, we just have a to-do where we would like to get rid of this duplicate key error, right? So here is the solution that I found. I will comment this out. So this is not working, right? It is giving us some errors. And here is the entire solution. So I know this might look a little bit complicated, but we are basically trying to using a set so that we don't really have any duplicated IDs. So once again, this looks absolutely terrible, but it is working. This is the solution that works without any problems. Probably we could have write this in a better way, but this is also working, that you can take a look. So all this does is to get rid of the duplicates and set this with the unique books. Okay, now let's try to see this. I will refresh. Now we don't really get that warning, and it doesn't really matter how many times I save. We only have one book at a time. Okay, Now on top of this, we would like to add this header section. And in flat list, we can add this pretty easily. So I'll just scroll to the bottom into the flat list, and there is a property called header component. So let me grab this. I will go right here. I will say list header component and then just pass this. So let's save. This is exactly what we got. Then what do we want to do? Maybe let's say if our books array is empty, what we are gonna see, right? So I'll just leave this as an empty array. Currently this is how that look, but it would be better if we put some placeholder. So this is how we can do it. We'll say if list is empty, show this component, where we are going to get this UI. Let's first get the colors. Okay, so no recommendations yet. Be the first one to share a book. This is what we would see if we didn't have any books, but thankfully we have some, so we can just display it. So I will just pause the video here and try to add a couple of different books so that we can really try to test this pagination, right? So let me just add all of them and then come back to the video. So I have just added a couple of different books, but it is not really too much. So I will go ahead and try to, decrement this limit. So I'll just say we would like to paginate this on every 2 posts. So right, we're gonna fetch the first 2 and as we scroll, we will fetch 2 more, so on and so forth, so that we can just really test this out. I will save it here, and then I'll go here and try to say the limit will be 2. Okay, let's save and try to see. I will open up my terminal and reload this application so we can have a clean state and start from scratch. Now, as we scroll, nothing happens, right? In the first load, we fetch 2 books, but as we scroll, nothing happens because we need to call this function called handle load more. And how can we make this work? So we will go into the flat list. Basically, I will just say on and reached, we would like to call this function. And instead of, just as soon as we get here, right? Like as soon as we get here, we would like to call this function instead of like going up until here, then waiting, right? So this is a better user experience. Before we complete the entire scrolling, we would like to call it. And how can we make this work? Well, there is something called threshold, as we can see, and this is the value that I'll be going with. Now let's save, and we need to implement this function that is right here. And it'll be really, really basic. So I'll just say if has more is equal to true, and if it is not loading, and let's say if it is not refreshing, then we would like to call this with incrementing the page number by 1. So you don't really need to add this part, but just to make my code completely safe, I will add this. So let's save and test this out. We have 2 books, and I will reload this application. Okay, so let's try to scroll. Like as we go, we are fetching more and more, right? And we would like to show some kind of spinner, right? A loading activity indicator. So for this, just like we had header component, we can use a footer component as well. So I will go ahead, copy this and paste it. Okay, so we'll basically say, let's import it by the way. So we'll just say if we have more and if book's length is greater than 0, then we'd like to show the activity indicator. But if we don't have any more to fetch, we are not gonna return anything. So let's see, I will scroll for a second, we can see this spinner and it just works pretty fine. I'd like to do something, which is, I'll just go here just to show you that spinner in detail. I would like to, just sleep here for a second. And what do I mean? Let's create a function that will add some delays. So this is for testing purposes. Okay, this will basically, wait, this shouldn't be a wait. So this is an arrow function that will basically add some delays. So let's try to add it right here. I'll say await. Let's sleep for a second. I'll just add 1000 milliseconds. Okay, so we can see this for a second. If we have a bad internet connection, this is what we would see. And as we scroll, this is what is happening. So in total, we had 5, and we just paginated them. And finally, I would like to add one more loading state, which is like we have this, but when are we using it? Let's take a look at it. We have set loading. Okay, we are using it in this check, but I'd like to use it to display something. So here I'll say if we are loading, and this is true in the first load, right? We would like to return some kind of a activity indicator. So we can just put it like this. Let's save. And okay, it says size. For now, let's just say 20. I would like to say this will be true. Okay, so this is what we would see, right? But instead of having this, just hard-coded, I would like to take this and put it into a component. We will be using it in a couple of different ways. So here I'll just say loader.jsx, and I will copy this entire thing. So let me just cut that, and I'll say rnf. Here I would like to paste it. So we have a super basic view and then the activity indicator. Let's import it. And instead of size of being 20, we can grab this as a prop. By default, let's say it'll be large. And then we can, just add the size. Let's save and let's see how we can use it. So if, let's say, loading, we would like to return a loader component. Just like this, and let's try to import it. We can add a size. Let's say it'll be a large. We need to import the color as well. Okay, so I'll just say true to test this out. So now it is large. If you would like to change this, let's say small. Okay, this is how we can make it reusable and customizable. In the incoming sections, we will be using this loader in a couple of different places. Okay, so I'll just delete the size and have this as large. And let's say this will be equal to loading. Now, I hope you're able to see how this works, the pagination. So let me quickly walk you through it, how it all works from scratch. As soon as we visit the home screen, we are calling the fetchBooks function, which allows us to fetch the books in a paginated manner. And here, just for the sake of example, we put this as 2. Later in the video, we can update this to be 5 or 10 or whatever you would like to do. Then here we got some errors by doing this, right? And to be able to fix it, we just make this to be unique with this kind of a trick. Then we are updating our state. And here we have this handle load more function that will be called as we scroll, right? And we can see this loading spinner. But in your, in real world applications, you don't really want to add this delay. So we are basically making our users to go mad for no reason. For that reason, I will go ahead and delete this. We don't really need it. And as we load more, we are incrementing the page number by 1 so that we can get the next results. Then we are rendering the item. This is super basic, just UI, nothing else. Then here we are getting some stars. Again, super basic. Then here we learn about flat list, which we would use to, display some data. And specifically, if you have a large set of data, you don't really want to display everything at once. And flat list really helps you out here. It only renders what is visible on the UI. So here we have 5 different elements, right? We have 5 different items, but it only renders what you see at the moment. And as you scroll, it quickly renders the rest of it so that you don't really get out of memory and your application doesn't really crash. So we learned more things like header, footer, and empty states. Now we would like to add one more thing, which is this refresh control, right? Because currently, if we try to refresh our application, like nothing happens. And to be able to make this work, I will go right here. You can go at the bottom as well, but I'll just leave it here. Let's say refresh control. and we would like to call a component called refresh control, which is coming from React Native. And this will take a couple of different props. Let's say, let's go inside. Okay, first I'll just get the refreshing state, and then I'll say on refresh, we would like to, this is so annoying, but let's try to type this out. When we would like to refresh this, what do we want to do? We would like to call the fetch books function with the first page, right? If we are refreshing, we would like to get the latest results. So we'll say we would like to get the first page, and this true means we are refreshing, right? This is the second argument that we get. By default, it is false, but here we are overriding it. And then finally, we'll add colors to be colors.primary, and then tint color. And this will also be primary. Okay, this is an array, but this is not. Let's try to see this in action. Here we go. Like, it looks like it is super fast. Let's try to add some delays. And we are gonna add this delay in this if else block. So here I will, just add this part. Let's say if and add a curly braces. Just before we set this to be false, I will say let's wait for 800 milliseconds and let's save so that this feels a little bit more natural, right? So this is one of the cases that you would like to add some delay so that your users actually feel something. So without this, it reloads it, but it doesn't really feel great, right? It just feels terrible. So that's why we would like to add this so that they can really see, okay, something has happened. We fetched the very latest books and it is working properly. And now let's try to add something pretty quickly. Here I'll just add this. Let's say 1, 2, 3 test. It's not really important. I'll just say 1, 2, 3 a couple of times. Let's share. We got the success and we are navigated to the home page, but we don't really see it. So we can basically refresh this and here we go. It actually went ahead and called the, fetch books function. Okay, so I think with everything in mind, this is gonna be it for this file. Like we have done really a lot of different things. It is a great opportunity for you to pause the video and take a look at the entire code base. So one more thing, that we are not using these values, which is current page and total books. So if you would like to, you can delete them. But since we have added that previously, I'll just leave it here if you would like to use it, in the incoming sections or after completing this tutorial. At the moment, we are using this one and this one. Okay, so this is something to keep in mind. And in the next section, we can build the profile screen. So the very last screen that we need to build is the profile screen, which is going to look like this. So we are going to fetch the user profile and display it nicely up here. Then we'll have a logout button. Then we will, display all the recommendations that we have shared. Then we should be able to delete them. So let's go ahead and try to build it step by step. So we'll start from top to the bottom. So I will just visit the profile screen under this tab and let's try to first get our states. So we're going to need a couple of different use states that I would like to copy and paste. So we are going to store all the books that we have shared. Then we will have a loading state as well as this refreshing state, because we would like to have the refresh functionality just like what we had in the home screen, right? So here we should be able to, drag the screen and it should refetch it. Okay, so let's try to import the use state. Then I would like to get the router as well. We'll be using it. Let's say use router. Let's import it manually. Okay, now I would like to create a function that will fetch the data. And this will be really similar to what we have done so far. So instead of typing this out, I will copy and paste and then I'll walk you through it. So there is nothing complex at all. We have done this multiple times at this point. So it is an async function where we update the loading state, send a request to our endpoint, let's import the API URL from the constants. Okay, so we sent a request with our header with the token, and we are going to get the token just in a second. Then once we get the data, we will update our state with it. And if we have any errors, we would like to display it with an alert. So let's import it. And finally, the loading state will be false. Let's get the token. I'll say const token from our store. Let's import it manually. Okay, so this is the correct path. So just to check if it is in the correct path or not, I always double check it by going here and pressing Control space. Then we would like to call this function when we run this screen, right? I'll just say use effect, and this is how we would like to call it. So once we fetch the data, that means we have some books, which we would like to display it. But before we display the books, I would like to just display the profile header as well as the logout button. So I would like to import the styles and then get into the UI. So I'll just say import styles from right here. Okay. So in the view, I think we are going to have the container class, just like what we had so far, right? And then the first thing I would like to have is the profile header. And for this, I will create a separate component as well as for the logout button. Let's say logout button, just like this. Okay, let's import the text. I think we are not using it at the moment. So let's save and our application will crash. So let's try to start with this one. Under the mobile, under the components, I will create this .jsx. Let's say rnf, save, and import it. Let's do the same thing for this one. Okay, so let's start with the profile header component. I'll visit here and we would like to first get the user data. So I'll just say const give me the user from my Auth store. Then we'll go inside, and I think once again we need to get these styles from the profile styles, just like this, because we'll be using it. So here I will say view style, and I think this is what we have, profile.header. Then we'll have an image, and let's try to import the image above. So I'll say import image from expo image. Okay, here is how we'll be using it. We'll basically put the source, which is user.profile image, and then the style itself. Here we go, this is what we got. Then below to this image, I would like to have a view which will contain the user profile info. So I'll say style profile info, and we would like to put the text, which is going to be the username. Let's save, here we go. Then we would like to get the email, just like this. And finally, we are going to get the member since date. So let's paste this where we'd like to get this function from the utils. Okay, just like this. And here we can see it says invalid date. Now I know the reason, so probably you know as well. If you console log the user, you will see there is no created at. And the reason is when we log in or when we sign up, so in the Auth routes, so we sent the user data, right? But we don't really have the created at, so we forgot to send this. What we'd like to do, just go ahead, say created at, and put it just like this into the login as well as the sign up. Okay, and here the created at could be new date, or maybe let's delete this. I put it in the wrong place. It should be in the response. Okay, right here. So we can say created at, it will be user.created at. Okay, let's save. Now, if you take a look at it, it will still not work because we didn't update this one, right? This user is coming from the async storage. So we need to log out and log back in so that the user data could be updated. We are going to do this just in a second. Let's save this component. This is everything that we would need. Let's build the logout button. I will go here and try to build it. So first things first, I'll get my logout function from the Auth store. Then we would like to have a touchable opacity. Okay, let's try to close this off. Let's say style, and we need to import styles. Let's say this will be coming from the profile styles. And the style for this will be, let's say, styles the logout button. And here I would like to add an onPress where we would like to call a function called confirm logout. And I'll tell you why. So you might think we'll just pass the logout, which we can do, but I would like to add one additional check. So that's why I will create this function. Let's say const confirm logout. Let's leave it empty for now and build the rest of the UI. So we are going to have this logout icon. Let's import the ion icons from Expo and get the colors as well from the constants. So this is what we see. And finally, just a simple text. Okay, now when we click to this, we would like to see a confirmation alert. So let's say alert dot alert, and here is the title. Let's say logout, and we'll say as the message, are you sure you want to log out? But now here we can see as the third argument, we can add an array. So this is what I'll be doing. In the array, we can add two different options. So let's say text. This is the first object. We'll say text will say cancel and style will be cancel. Then we will add the logout. Let's say onPress. This will be logout. It's going to call our function. And we can even say the style will be destructive. So we have a couple of different styles. Here we can see. Now let's save and test this out. I will click to it. Here we can see we just got an alert with this title logout. This is the message that we can see. And then we have two different options, which is cancel, that cancel the process. And then we have the destructive button. And if we press to it, it will log us out. So let's do so. Here we go, we just logged out. And now we just got a simple error. Is it coming from the profile header? Let's see. Okay, so it is coming from here. Let's try to refresh the application. We will fix this error just in a second. For now, let's refresh. Okay, everything is gone, and we will take a look at that error just in a second. Let's try to log in from scratch. So I'll say John Doe, and I think I need to get this @ symbol. So we just logged in. Now the created @ field should work. Here we can see if you console log the user, you should be able to see the created @ in your terminal. Now once again, I will try to log out. Okay, so for some reason this crashes, and let's see why this is the case. So it is not really hard to imagine. Basically, user becomes null, and null dot something just break the application, right? But when we log out, it should directly and immediately take us to the login screen. Why this is not really happening? Let's take a look at the layout. Okay, so here this should work out because as soon as we sign out, as soon as we log out, user changes, and this if else should run, and we should be able to in the auth screen. So let's go back, take a look at this error. So maybe it is happening super fast, that's why we cannot see it. So I'll just say if there is not user, just return null. Let's try to do this from scratch. I will get this @ symbol. Say John Doe at gmail.com. Okay, so I'll try to log out. Hopefully this time it is not going to crash. Okay, so this is the case. Since redirection is happening super fast, while this is null, I mean, redirection is happening slowly, and until that is happening, user is already null, and null dot undefined break the application. So we just add this simple check. Now everything works properly. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the profile header as well as the logout button. Let's try to log in one last time and build the rest of the UI. Okay, so we have the profile header as well as the logout button. That's gonna be it for these components. Now let's build the rest of the profile screen. So we would like to display the books, right? And we already fetched it, so it is in this state, and we can use a flat list to be able to display it. But first I would like to put a really simple text like this. So we're gonna put this part. And how can we get the number of books? Well, basically we'll just say books.length. So let's go here and just say your recommendations. I will save this. Text does not exist. Let's import it. Okay, so we have 6 books. This is how many times we have shared it, right? And then below to this, I would like to put a flat list. Let's import it. And then you already know how to use it. We will say the data that we would like to map through is the books array. And for every single book, we would like to call this render item function. Either we can have it like this, so like we can put it inline, and here we'll just get the item itself, and we can return a component like, let's say, book recommendation, right? And then we can send the item like this. But instead of having this, I would like to keep it a little bit more simple and just put the render item as a function above. Okay, so if you would like to do this, you can do so by creating this component and displaying something with the item. So here I'll just say render book item. And this is the function that we will create. Just before we do so, let's say key extractor will be item._id. And I don't really want to show the scroll indicator, so I'll just put this option as false. I will put my style for the container style, and let's say if a list is empty, we would like to see this placeholder. Oops, let me just show you the entire screen. Okay, so if it is empty, we can see this ion icons. Then we'll see the text, touchable opacity. Let's import it. And we have a text that says add your first book. And when we click it, it'll take us to the create screen. And I think we need to import the icons as well as the colors. Okay, so let's put them side by side and try to build this function. Okay, so this is really annoying, but here we go. We'll get this function and put it above. So what this does, basically, have the image on the left hand side and post content on the right hand side. So let's try to do it. So here I'll just visit VS Code and let's put them side by side. Just because we don't really have this function, it crashed, but let's go ahead and try to create it. I'll say const render book item, which will be an arrow function, let's say, and this will immediately return something. So make sure you put regular brackets instead of curly braces. We would like to get the item, destructure it, and we would like to return a view. So open this up. Then here I'll put my class, which is book item. And then inside we would like to have the image, right? It will be on the left hand side. So here I'll go ahead, put them side by side. And let's import the image from expo image. Then we would like to have a view that will get the book info. Let's say style, and it should be book info class, like this. Then here we would like to have the title at the top. Then we would like to get the number of stars. For this, I will create a function just like what we have done previously. first let's save. Okay, so this is how we can get it so far. We have the title. Then for the rating stars, I will put this view, and here is the entire line. This is how that look. Let's try to create this function. So this is something that we have done previously, so that's why I will just paste that. We have an array of stars where we would like to push 5 different stars. Depending on the rating, we will change the icon shape and color. So let's save. This is how that look. This one has 2 stars, 5, 4, so on and so forth. Okay, then after this view, what do we want to add? Let's see, we would like to put the caption. So I'll just say text and put it right here. We got the caption, and then finally we will put the date. So after this text, maybe I can just zoom out a little bit so that you can see it clearly. I will put this text where we just put the date and format it. Okay, so this is exactly what we got. Finally, we would like to put a button that will allow us to delete the post, right? So I'll just say touchable opacity. Is this what we would like to get? Let's just type this out. So let's say touchable opacity, which is going to have this onPress function. For now, let's just leave it empty. Then we would like to have the style. Let's say this will be the delete button. Then here we would like to put an icon, which is going to be trash outline. Let's save. Okay, this is exactly what we would like to have. Now when we click to this, we are going to call a function which is going to give us this kind of an alert. So first it'll ask for the confirmation, and here I would like to say on press, I'll just say call the confirm delete function, and we would like to put the ID as the argument so that we know which post that we are trying to delete. So if we press this one, we will send the ID of it, so on and so forth. So let's create this function above. This will be really basic, and actually I can copy it and paste it. Let's go right here. So this is exactly what we have done, just in the logout button, where we just show an alert. This is our title, this is our message, and we have 2 different options. When we press to the delete one, we are going to call this function. Let's create it, and this takes the book ID as the argument. So I'll just say const handle delete book. It will be async, and it will take this as an argument. Let's save and test this out, so we can cancel or we can delete it. But currently we are not doing anything. So let's build this function. I will get a try catch block. In the try, let's say we're going to get a response back by sending a fetch request to our API URL /books and then the book ID. This will be method of delete, and here is our token, right? Okay, then we can get the data and parse it. If response is not okay, we can throw an error, but finally we can, update the state. So if we delete this one, we would like to remove this from the books state. So here is how we can do it. We'll just say call the setter function, and we would like to filter out the book that we have just deleted. Then we can show a success alert. In the catch, we can show an error alert. Okay, so let's save and give it a go. I would like to delete this one. Okay, it is just gone. It took around maybe 1 to 2 seconds, but it is gone. Let's take a look at the database. We had 6 different books. Now if we refresh, we should have only 5. Okay, so it is working, and let's double check if the image is being deleted from the Cloudinary. So go ahead, visit your dashboard, programmable media, and from here we'll just press media library. And here we can see all the images that we have uploaded. So I would like to, delete this one. Let's test this out. I will go here and let's just double check if the image will be deleted. Let's refresh. So that image is gone, and now in the database we should also have only 4 books. That means that one has been deleted. So everything is working fine without any issues, but I think we can make this a little bit better, where when we delete it, we would like to have some kind of a loader, like loading spinner. And to be able to make this work, first I will have a state. So let's say const deleted book ID and set deleted book ID. This will be null initially, and when we call this function, we can just say set deleted book ID will be equal to this one. And finally, we will set this to be null. So this is our loading state that we'll be using. We are going to visit the render book item. And instead of showing this trash icon immediately, I will cut this out actually for a second, and I will make this to be dynamic. So here I'll just double check my notes so that I don't really give you anything wrong. So we'll say delete book ID. If it is equal to the current item underscore ID, then we would like to show an activity indicator. So let's say activity indicator. We can put the size as small and then add the color. But in the else case, we can just put the icon that we have just had previously. Okay, let's save and give it a go. I would like to delete this one. Okay, so we have the loader spinner for a second. Once it has been deleted, we got the message. Okay, now we would like to have this refresh functionality, right? Currently, nothing happens. Let's see how we can make it work. So just like previously, we will visit the flat list component and we will add this prop called refresh control. And let's delete this extra space. Here we would like to return this refresh control coming from React Native, and we'll just put a couple of different fields. Let's say refreshing will be this state, and on refresh, this time I'll make this to be not inline, but we'll just create that function. Let's say handle refresh. Then we can put the colors, which is going to be an array. So let's say colors.primary and then add the tint color. Okay, let's try to create this function. It'll be really basic. So I'll just scroll above, maybe shrink everything that we have. And let's try to put it right here. Let's say const handle refresh, which will be an async function. You will see why. Then I will go inside. I would like to create that previous function that we had called sleep. And instead of creating it, let's try to search for it. So here I'll just export it. Let's say export this function that will give us some delay, and we'll be using it. So here in this function, I will first say set refreshing to be true, and I will say await fetch data because we are trying to fetch it from scratch, right? And let's save, give it a go. Okay, but as you can see, this feels kind of off, right? It is just super fast. We would like to add a little bit of delay. So I'll just say sleep imported. Did we import the correct one? Okay, so we are getting it from the correct place. Let's say let's sleep for like 500 milliseconds. Okay, so why did this sleep 500 milliseconds and then we fetch the data? Wait, this is not really correct. Are we getting it from the actual file? Yep. So let me reload the application. So it seems like state never goes to false. Okay, now it is just working. If in your case you got the same thing, you can just reload it from your terminal. Now we have just a little bit of delay. If you would like to, you can increase it, but there is no reason for this, right? Okay, so with this, I think that's gonna be it for the refresh functionality as well, which makes this entire file to be completed. But we are missing something. We have never used this state. So what I'd like to do, just shrink this, and I will say if we are loading we would like to return this loader component that we had. So let's try to import it. Okay, so for a split second, when we are loading, we would like to see this loader, which is going to look like this. And we can just make this even better. We'll say if we are loading and if we are not refreshing. In this case, we would like to see it. Here we go, because I think if you don't add this, what'll happen? So can you see like there is a weird behavior because like refreshing state breaks the flow. Now with this, everything is working perfectly fine. So we almost completed the entire application. We just have a couple of different small things that we would like to talk about, and I will leave it for the next section. So I'll see you there. So we have just completed the entire application, but there are a couple of different things, like small things that we would like to fix and update. So the first one is, if you have realized, when we reload our application, for a split second, we see the login screen, right? So we see the login screen and then we see the home page. So let's try to get rid of this behavior. I would like to go into the Auth store.js file, and here I will add an additional state. So I'll say is checking Auth. And this will be true immediately because as soon as we start our application, we are checking for the authentication, right? So here in this function, in the CheckAuth, here I'll say finally, this state will be equal to false. So either we succeed or we fail. In either case, is checking auth will be false, right? Then we would like to visit the auth login screen, which is this index.tsx file. I will get that state, call is checking auth, and make sure you don't really have any typos. Then we'll say if we are checking for the authentication, in that state, we can just return null. Now let's try to reload our application. So here we can see we don't really see the login screen, but instead we see a loader and then our application loads. So we immediately see the home screen. And I think this is a lot better. And that was the very first thing that we'd like to add. The second one is the font family that we'd like to implement. Currently we have this installed under the assets, under the fonts, right? We have this JetBrains, but we actually never installed it, never used it in our application. And let's see how we can use it. So I will visit underscore layout file, and I will tell you something called splash screen. So splash screen, this is how we type this out. And if you don't know what that is, basically it is this loading screen that we have initially, right? So you might have seen this in your actual phone as well. When you visit a mobile application, maybe not this one, but for a split second, you see a loader, right? You see the application icon. So this is what we call the splash icon, the splash screen. Here we would like to say, show the user splash screen until we load the fonts. So here I will say splash screen dot prevent auto hide sync, like this. So if you save this now, the only thing you will see is the you will see the splash screen. Okay, so your application doesn't load, but we would like to hide it as soon as we load our fonts. So I will go after this. I will say use fonts. This is a hook coming from Expo. Let's try to import it from Expo font, just like this. Then we are going to put the route. So I'll just have this object, and the name of our font is this one. So let me shrink the left hand side. This is the name, and this is the path that we are getting our font, right? It is under the assets, under the fonts, and this is the file. Then we are going to get a state, which is the loading state. We'll say fonts loaded. And then finally, just a simple use effect. Let's say use effect. We're going to run this as soon as the fonts changes, the fonts loaded. We'll say if fonts loaded, then you can just hide the splash screen. Let's save. Okay, so I'll just reload once again. We see the splash screen, and once our font's loaded, we hide it and actually see the application. Now, as you can tell, the font family has been updated, both here and in the sign up screen. So as you can see, this is the exact same thing that we have in our demo application. Okay, and this is working because in our styles, let's visit the sign up styles. For the font family, we are using this specifically, right? Okay, so this is how to use the fonts. We have a hook. We put the name as well as the path. Once it is loaded, we can delete or we can hide the splash screen, which is the loading screen. And one more thing that I'd like to add, or I'd like to change, is this splash screen logo, right? This is the logo that Expo gives you. Wait, okay, it is this one, which looks pretty ugly. So I have prepared one for you that you can grab it from the source code. And if you don't have the source code, this is fine. Just watch me doing it and you can see how you can change it. Then maybe you would like to prepare your own icon and change it with it. So it is coming from the assets and images, where we have this splash icon, and I would like to change the application icon as well. So this adaptive icon is used for Android devices, and this is used for iOS. And then this is the splash icon. So what I'll be doing is to get the icon that I have prepared for you. Let me grab this pretty quickly. Okay, I'll delete this icon and let's paste this in. Okay, so this is the icon that I have prepared. Let's copy this once again, paste it, and I will delete this called adaptive icon, right? And then I will change this name with it. Let's do the same thing for this one. I will copy this name and then delete it. Let's try to, duplicate this. And it was called splash-icon. Okay, now the size for this that is recommended is 124 square. Okay, so just keep this in mind. Then let's try to reload our application. So this is exactly what we can see. Now let me try to show this from my phone just to double check. This is what we got. So I just logged in with my account to Expo. Let's open up the application. Here we go, this icon is working. But since I am using the localhost API, this will crash. As you can see, it says like error fetching books. It's because in my constants under the API, I am using localhost. And this would crash on our phone if you were to use your render API, right? It should work in your phone. But in my case, I am using the localhost. Okay, so I think with this, our entire application has just been completed. We have deployed our API successfully, and we are able to consume it. So I'll just to show you from the final touch, I will copy this, put it right here. Let's say, okay, like this. I will save and open up my camera. Oops, let's delete this, save it, open up the camera. Now in my phone, it is working right now, right? So let's just double check, open up the terminal. So there are some people that is just only watching the end of this tutorial just to double check if everything is working. So that's why I have to show this. So let me reload once again. So here we go. We can fetch the data without any problems, and we should be able to, scroll this. It is being paginated. We can create something from here, and we can even delete. So this is a different account. As you can see, it is a Jane, and here it says you don't really have any books. If I click to this, it would take me to the create screen. Okay, so we just verified everything is working without any issues. And in this case, I'll be using localhost. This is what you're going to see in the in the source code. So with that, that's gonna be it for the entire application. Thank you so much for watching this, and feel free to leave me a review if you have liked the tutorial. So with that, I'll see you in the next one.